All right, good afternoon. I think, whoa, that's really loud. I think we're all here now, so we'll get started. Before we get started with our first case, so just a brief introduction. Welcome to everyone to this afternoon's Planning Commission meeting. If this is your first time with us, we will have staff present each case to us. We'll have an opportunity to ask them questions before inviting applicants up to share any additional details with us. After that point, we'll open the public hearing for each case individually, and you'll have the opportunity to come forward and share your thoughts with us. We do ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less during the public hearings out of respect for everyone's time. After the public hearing, we will have the applicant come back up, address anything that was raised during the public hearing, and then we will have our discussion and make a decision before moving on to our next case. We do have translation services available upon request for today's public hearing, so if you need that, please let us know. And before we get started, any conflicts of interest for any of the cases today, commissioners? Okay, then let's get started.
Good afternoon, Commission, and good afternoon, everyone. Just a reminder, we have Ms. Marilena Huerta here to provide assistance with English to Spanish, Spanish to English, if needed. So the first case before you today is 1628 Division F South, or South Division. The applicant proposes to open a recreational marijuana retailer at this location. The applicant received land use approval by the Planning Commission for a medical marijuana provisioning center at this location on October 10, 2019. The Planning Commission approved a request for a 6-month extension at this site on September 24, 2020, citing COVID-19 pandemic-related delays. In the TBA zone district, recreational marijuana retailers require special land use approval by the Planning Commission. An overview of sensitive uses. The proposed marijuana retailer is located within 1,000 feet of sensitive uses in accordance to the separation distance requirement from the zoning ordinance. A separation distance waiver for Davis Chapel Memorial Church of God in Christ at 111 Griggs Street Southeast, roughly 625 feet southeast of the property, was issued by the Planning Commission on October 10, 2019. The separation distance waiver was issued by the Planning Commission for the following reasons. The proposed use will not impair the quality of life or have detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use or the neighborhood because the religious institution's primary entrance is located approximately 1,300 feet from the customer entrance, 1,330 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveled via the public sidewalk or road network, and this distance is far enough to mitigate potential detrimental impacts. In addition, there is at least one road and/or driveway crossing between the two properties that may discourage pedestrian traffic. Second, the orientation of the sensitive land use location is such that the practical separation distance from the proposed use is greater than the measurement between lot lines because the primary entrance to the church faces south towards Griggs Street, increasing the actual travel distance between the properties in question. Third, additionally, for the sensitive use located at 1131 Iona Ave Northwest, exceptional topographic and for the sensitive use located at 111 Griggs Street Southeast, exceptional topographic or environmental conditions between the proposed use and the sensitive uses exist because the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use, the layout of the two properties as indicated per testimony, allow for a greater practical separation distance between the primary entrances than when measured from property lines. Back in September of 2020, the City Commission approved a zoning text amendment that allowed waivers granted before September 29th of 2020 for a marijuana provisioning center to be applied to the consideration of a marijuana retailer at the same location as part of a Planning Commission special land use review. Additionally, it provided an exception to marijuana establishments with land use approvals granted before September 29 of 2020 to not be subject to the minimum distancing regulations for a youth center. The proposed marijuana retailer is located within 1,000 feet of the Sightman Boys and Girls Club of Grand Rapids at 139 Crofton Street Southeast, roughly 530 feet northeast of this facility. The Sightman Boys and Girls Clubs of Grand Rapids is defined as a youth center, and the applicant does not need a sensitive use waiver for this property. The Planning Commission shall determine whether it is appropriate to apply the sensitive use waiver previously issued to this proposed recreational marijuana use. Relative to the master plan, the 2002 master plan designates this area as a traditional business area, which allows for a wide range of commercial uses, including retail. Additionally, the South Division Corridor Plan, approved by the city in November of 2020, locates this parcel within Focus Area 4, the intersection of Division Ave and Cottage Grove Street, which envisions a pedestrian and transit-friendly environment in a compact area of mixed uses. Some surrounding zoning and land uses to this property: to the north, to the south, and to the west, we have TBA uses of mixed-use commercial buildings, and east of the property, we have single and two-family residential dwellings. Relative to the site, most site and building improvements were previously reviewed and approved as part of the application for a medical marijuana provisioning center. The site is roughly 27,000 square feet in area, and it is bounded by a vacant lot to the north, single and multi-family residential parcels to the east, a restaurant to the south, and a commercial printing facility to the west across from Division Ave. There is a roughly 7,900 square foot building with 2 suites to the southeast of this parcel. The larger suite to the south, roughly 5,800 square feet in area, is currently occupied by El Especial Supermarket. The applicant proposes to add a recreational marijuana retailer in the suite to the northwest corner of this building. Some site and building changes from the previous provisioning center case that have already been approved in city permits and would also apply to this proposed retailer include: the provisioning center area was reduced, with the portion to the northeast corner now acting as a service area for both uses, in this case the proposed retailer and the grocer. The sales area has been relocated from the northwest corner of the building to the interior of the floor plan, with this new configuration maintaining the required building transparency by the zoning ordinance while preventing product visibility, which is also indicated in the zoning ordinance. The trash receptacle area has slightly shifted from a diagonal position to a parallel one relative to the east lot line, allowing for additional parking spaces to the north. Parking spaces in the center have been removed, and 3 bicycle racks have been added to the northwest of this building. Driveway access remains to and from Division Ave. Relative to transparency, the proposed building shows transparency on the west facade and no transparency on the north facade. The transparency on the west wall will meet the standards of the zoning ordinance. Parking information. In July 2020, City Commission approved zoning text amendments assigning specific parking requirements for marijuana uses. In the TBA zone district, a retailer must have 3 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. Additionally, a grocery store must have 2.5 parking spaces for every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. A building with 2,100 square feet for a retailer will require 7 spaces. A grocery store at 5,800 square feet will require 15 spaces. The applicant is proposing a total of 24 on-site parking spaces, including 2 spaces exclusively for curbside service and pickup operations, making parking adequate for this site. Some neighborhood considerations. This property is located within the limits of the Garfield Park Neighborhood Association. The applicant has been in communication with Ms. Hannah Schultz, board president for the Neighborhood Association, about this proposed recreational marijuana use. The applicant hosted community meetings on October 10, 2021 and April 5, 2022 at the Grand Rapids Boys and Girls Club, with the second meeting also made available in Spanish. Staff has received sign-in sheets from both meetings. The Garfield Park Neighborhood Association has attested to being in communication with the applicant and having an opportunity to provide input in the development of their Good Neighbor Plan. They have also attached a letter of support for this use, in addition to recommendations beyond the standards listed in the Good Neighbor Plan. Staff has received a significant number of letters, both in support and in opposition of this use. Today, the letters of support total 2 letters, and the letters in opposition total 11 letters. Those can be found in your packet. Some use considerations. A recreational retailer purchases marijuana from a grower or processor and sells, supplies, or provides recreational marijuana to persons over 21 years of age. Retailers may provide home delivery services upon approval by the Marijuana Regulatory Agency or the state of the licensee's delivery procedures. No city review or approval is required. No growing or processing is proposed for this property. The retailer is proposing to be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Sundays. The applicant has provided a floor plan showing customers entering the facility from the west into a check-in area and then move into a sales area to the east. After checking out, customers would return to the waiting area and exit the building. The balance of the suite to the north is for back-of-house uses. The applicant has provided a rendering of the floor plan that you can see on the screen. Some specific use regulations for marijuana uses from the zoning ordinance. Section 5.9.19 specifically regulates proposed land uses related to marijuana, and the proposed retailer will be subject to meeting all regulations of the section if the Planning Commission chooses to approve the land use. The next rendering that you see on the screen shows that the interior glass on the doors that would lead to the sales room show transparency. However, the applicant has confirmed with the city that in order to meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, that glass may be treated with tinting or with glazing. The Grand Rapids Police Department has reviewed and approved a SEPTED plan and survey for this property. Because of potentially sensitive information within the SEPTED plan, as well as the security plan submitted by the applicant to the city and to the state, those items are not publicly available. You are now seeing a rendering of the interior of the sales floor. Some key considerations for the Planning Commission. Will the sensitive use waiver previously issued be appropriate in this consideration of a recreational retailer? Will the proposed land use have a negative impact on the neighborhood and or surrounding properties, in particular for the reasons of traffic and parking? Were the applicant's efforts to engage the community adequate, authentic, and or consistent with the intent of the Good Neighbor Plan? The standards of special land use of Section 5.12.9, the standards of marijuana facilities of Section 5.9.19, and the standards of the Good Neighbor Plan requirements in Section 5.12.6 Part D. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Else I will turn it over to Mr. Paul Weisberger on behalf of the applicant if they would like to address the Planning Commission.
All right, thanks, Al. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
I have a couple. And going back to the sensitive use information, have there been any new sensitive uses to crop up within 1,000 feet since the original approval? And if so, would those impact this current application or not? I guess I'm thinking specifically of potentially the Salvation Army rehab program, and if that's officially registered as such with the city, and if that does actually fall within 1,000 feet, et cetera.
I can answer that for you, Commissioner, I think. So yes, that building at 1941 South Division does fall within 1,000 feet of the subject property. Based on the information that was provided from the applicant and based on our research, it does not appear that that facility holds a substance use disorder license through the state of Michigan. And so I'm not equipped to opine on what other licenses that facility may have, or whether all adult rehabilitation centers require a substance use disorder license, but that only facilities that hold a substance use disorder license through the state of Michigan are buffered or determined to be a sensitive use. I did look again online, so the website that the city has, or the map created on the city's website, we did download all of the licenses that the state of Michigan had at the time the map was created. We do periodically try to check those, but we do also have the applicant as part of every application. We also look to see that. I'm not seeing that that facility has it. So based on the information we have, it does not appear to be a sensitive use. If that were to change in the future, meaning if that information came to light, then certainly we would have to reconsider whether the validity of the Planning Commission's approval at that time, working through our legal department.
Great, that is helpful. Thank you. And then, can you clarify what you said about the tinted windows? Did you mean the internal door? Great, okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Great.
Any other questions for staff? All right, then I'll have our applicant up if there's other details you want to share with us.
Excuse me, Paul, is your microphone on? And if it is, could you maybe raise it?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sometimes I've soft-spoken, but not always. Again, my name is Paul Weisberger. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm also the managing member of Lux One, which is the entity that owns the establishment that you see with the name Levels on the building. I have in attendance with me Nick Angerman. Nick is our community liaison, and he'll be able to, if you guys will indulge us, he'll briefly touch upon our community involvement, because I know that's important from our first go-around with the medical marijuana licensing. I also have in the audience Joe Hermes and his son Cody. Both are owners and area residents and City of Grand Rapids business owners. Joe is not a big public speaker, so I'll toot his own horn. Joe has been actively involved in the community, donating his time and resources well before there was any sort of perceived tit for tat, meaning you needed to do that to look good for a planning commission. Joe, as an owner of our company, has been doing turkey drives for years, rotating churches that he donates to, including the particular one in question here, Davis Memorial. He's also been in the news for donating about $60,000 worth of clothing a number of Christmases ago. With that, before we make any decisions, I'd like to kind of dive into a little bit about who we are, because I think it's relevant to, I know land use is land use based, but I think who the operator is also a little bit important and germane to the conversation. My name is Paul Weisberger, and I am a general counsel for Wild Bill's Tobacco. I'm also a part owner in the Wild Bill's facilities in the greater Grand Rapids area. I work with a team of individuals in leadership at Wild Bill's Tobacco. We have about 160 locations. Those persons are also part owners in this particular entity. Along with that, we have 2 CPAs. I'm a licensed attorney, and local business owners. We obviously are business owners as it relates to Wild Bill's, but Joe Dadu is a property owner and business owner in the city of Grand Rapids. Wild Bill's Tobacco is a heavily regulated industry. We're in a heavily regulated industry, tobacco. We pay tax. We remit millions and millions of dollars of tax a year. With 160 locations, I did a recent study. We did about 7.9 million transactions in an 8-year period. We did have about 8 violations of selling to minors. That's not normally you broadcast, but when you have 8 million transactions and you're dealing with $11 an hour employees, there is human error. We have since perfected our system to have automatic card readers, computer systems that you have to punch in dates, heavy and diligent employee training as it relates to making sure minors don't come into the stores. So of a number of applicants that have been before you before, I can tell you that we are absolutely in tune and with our practice and procedures and standard operating procedures as it relates to making sure that you don't sell to minors. I should tell you that the human error component that might be in play, whether it be Walgreens or Wild Bill's Tobacco or you name it, is near impossible when it comes to cannabis. You have to come into an entry room that has a security guard. You have to check in at a counter with an ID. They have to enter your name and your, if you have a medical ID card, into the database, and then and only then are you let into the restricted area in the back. That's a little different than just somebody being lazy one day at any retail store or liquor store. But we take that training very seriously. We take our licensing very seriously. In 25 years of being in the business, we've had no adverse licensing action as it relates to anything under the Wild Bill's Tobacco family. Levels, what does it stand for? Levels is a name. It's obviously not a name I dislike, like, I don't want to pick on anybody, but House of Dank, Clouds, Puff, play on words with any sort of slang term for marijuana. Levels is a very innocent name, but it stands for the level of products that we can sell at all different price points to all different types of people from whatever socioeconomic background they might be. And as you can see previously from our, I don't know if you can get to that, our signage, maybe this is bad marketing, but one would probably drive by that and not know that's a cannabis facility. Again, it doesn't say House of Dank or Clouds or Puff or any number of street names for marijuana. So we pride ourselves on bringing a good look to a neighborhood, to be sensitive, to not be broadcasting that and having some sort of name that might bring any sort of decrease in property values. We take pride in that name and the logo. It's a very simple logo. As you can see, it looks like three levels to the left side of the facade. If you can go to the interior real quickly, you've already seen it, but if you can keep going, Nick, our interior is sharp, it's modern, it's clean, it's reflective of our business and our way of doing business. And we hope to bring nice foot traffic to the Burton corridor and have some spillover benefit to the people in the community. As it relates to this site, I think Al touched upon everything that really I'd want to touch on, and I'll wrap up here very shortly. But we are moving. We do have a building permit. It expires in September. We are in the process of moving the bakery that's within the El Especial site to Clyde Park Road. We're about 80% of the way done on moving them. We've signed a lease with the property owner that we're bound to, and we're fully committed to seeing this project through. And I want to remind, obviously the Planning Commission knows this, but everyone in the audience, that this has already been approved for the sale of cannabis. We're looking to add recreational. And I do know that the waiver is, I spent the last few days reading every single case that has been before you, and I just wanted to touch upon the waiver because I believe that's one of the critical components here. Previously, we received the waiver. We had no objection with Davis Memorial. We did, Mr. Hermes met with them, as well as Tanya Stapleton, who was part of our team at the time. She's been before you a number of times. She drove to Lansing to meet with Pastor Duncan, and there's proof of sending out notice, and there was no objection. So I know there's a letter that says that's not true, but that was true at the time. And I always know it's never the right position to be, or the good position to be challenging a church's word, but I can tell you that nobody did object. They were notified. We did meet with them, and I'll leave it at that. As it relates, and I'll just blast through these, about 30 seconds more. So as it relates to the waivers that have been issued, most of them have been from people that came before, when they had medical before the cutoff date. And 2440 28th Street, there was a church 950 feet away. 1148 Leonard Street, there was a church that was granted. 2301 44th Street Southeast, there's a church 500 feet away. 666 Leonard Street, a church 250, 750. And instead of reading all the addresses, 910 28th Street, there's a church 150 feet away and a cultural center 600 feet away. 1109 Michigan Street Northeast, there's a park 750 away. 1, 2, 3 Plainfield, 5 sensitive uses, including 4 churches, 3 Lexington Ave, 4 sensitive uses, including 2 churches, and 503 Century Ave, Southwest, 2 churches. There was also 2 locations that were approved even with a written objection, and there was quite a bit of discussion on what weight does the objection have, or should we as a planning commission evaluate whether or not the mitigating factors are truly mitigating, and we should look at that in each case, and we ask you to do that. But those 2 locations were 1148 Leonard Street, where there's a church 600 feet away, but it had a 900-foot walking distance, was relevant to the Planning Commission. And then there's 2440 28th Street, where the church was 940 feet, but the distance was more than 1,000 feet when you walked or drove. And so, in conclusion, before I introduce Nick, just to briefly touch upon the community involvement, I would ask that we take a look at our site, and instead of just regurgitating the reasons why the Planning Commission approved it last time, we would ask that there's been no substantive difference in terms of land use between medical and adult use marijuana, which is a phrase that's been used by one of the planning commissioners in the meeting and concurred by another, and I don't remember which 2. But I agree with it. There is no substantive difference between the 2. So if the waiver was good then, the waiver, in my opinion, should be good now. But the distinguishing factors are the items that we do feel truly mitigate, is that when you measure the distance from our property line to their property line, keep in mind that there's a large parking lot on the north side of the actual building for the church. So the distance between our property line and the church's property line is just over 600 feet, but it's really to a large parking lot. If you measure actually from entrance to entrance, I believe the distance is 968 feet. And if you measure as somebody walks, which is a walk that would take you down a busy street over 3 road crossings and 4 driveways, you get over 1,330 feet. So using the same rationale that I've seen over and over and over again in these waivers, one of the very relevant key components was what is the actual practical or actual distance that's walked, or from entrance to entrance or property to property. And we'd ask that you apply that same standard to this property. And then the building entrance or orientation was found relevant in a number of cases. Ours faces west, theirs faces south. But to be honest with you, that's not super relevant, and because you can't even see our site from their site, meaning there's so many homes and items in between our site and the church that you wouldn't know it existed. I certainly can tell you that you wouldn't know if you're walking out of church on Sunday where levels was, unless you wanted to get in your car and drive 1,300 feet around. So we think for the same reasons that have been articulated in a number of approvals for waivers, they do apply: the orientation, the practical distance, sight line. There is no site visibility sight line from location to location. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Nick, and if he's running long, just cut him off.
All right, thanks. And as Nick comes up, I don't mean to take the wind out of your sails, but we do have documentation of your community engagement here, so no need to, go over every bit of it. If you just want to give us the highlights, that'd be great.
Okay. Nick, I'll take it from here because I'll be able to do the abridged version of it. But he's here to answer any questions as in terms of like the intensity of his efforts. But we did multiple canvassing. Obviously, we've had a number of neighborhood groups and invitations sent out to everybody. We did go to the effort of translating our notices into Spanish. We did go to the effort of hiring numerous translators to appear at these meetings so they could make sure Nick's Spanish is about as good as mine. So we wanted to make sure that nothing was lost in translation. I will tell you that what's important, we feel, to the community that was articulated at these meetings was that our base salary is a living wage plus tips at the lowest level, and we do have a mentorship / promotion from within, which is exactly what we do at Wild Bill's. Almost all of our higher level employees all started behind the cash register or stocking shelves. We have a vigorous promotion from within, which would fall in line with the apprentice, mentor, protege type environment. I know I'm missing a couple things. That might not help me out. Oh, yes. We also are actively in a number of communities, and this really came to us, to be honest with you, when we were sitting down with Kalamazoo. They really wanted to make sure that people were reaching out, same with the state of Michigan under their social equity program, to those that have been disproportionately impacted by marijuana laws. And so as it relates to one of the objection letters you have in there from Alternative Directions, their goal, one of their main goals, and they have a number, is to get those people that have been incarcerated back into the workforce. Get it when you're making money, you're more stable. And we are, both in Kalamazoo and in Grand Rapids, will be actively placing ads seeking out, stated in the affirmative, that we are looking for people that have past marijuana crimes, not trafficking to minors. We can't do that under state law. But we will be putting that, instead of just a general ad, we'll be stating that we're seeking out those type of people. We will also be, despite the objection letter, we will also be trying to sit down with Alternative Directions and see if we can post ads there. Most of our employees at our Wild Bill stores and our dispensaries all come from the local area, well in excess of 75% at every one of our locations. And of those 75% plus that come from our local locations, and we have the stats to back that up, we have a large amount of persons of color. We do not discriminate. In Muskegon, I think we're at 90% African American, which is reflective of the community. And we believe the same will occur in the Division Road neighborhood. We will be hiring locals. We'll be hiring people from the neighborhood, gainfully employing them at a wage that should, with tips, exceed $23, $24 an hour, with management and assistant management jobs in the $60,000 to $90,000, promoting within. And so we do hire local, and we do look to have a reflection of the community behind our counters. And we would be foolish also not to have bilingual clerks behind the counter. So that is something that we're looking forward to. We have already donated to the Boys and Girls Club, and as revenues come in, we plan on donating back to the community just as we have. And I could rattle off what we've done in other communities, but I can tell people are starting to fall asleep. But we do, and we are actively involved. Wild Bills is involved in local communities as well. So with that,
All right.
I'll step back and
Thank you.
Stop talking.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this time?
I have a question relative to traffic. So what would you expect customer levels to be different from a medical to a recreational facility?
Yes. We're expecting about 150 car trips a day, with about 84% being single car drivers and 16% being multi-persons in the car. That's our projected traffic count. But usually, as customers become more familiar with your apps, where you can pre-order and you can have, just like with Wild Bill's Tobacco, sorry to keep beating over the head with Wild Bill's, but we feel that is a good analogy to this business. We're proud of our work, that you can get people in a 5-minute turn. But we're not rushing anybody out. If somebody comes in, you may have somebody that stays longer to get educated. If they're a first-time buyer, first time to the store, there's always an education process. But generally, these are pretty quick trip in and out type visits.
Thank you.
How does that 150 compare to medical? Like, how much of an increase is that?
Yeah, I would say I can tell you across the state that as a profile, depending on which community you're in, if you have a co-located facility, you can have 70, 75, even 80%, touching 85% be recreational to medical. And that depends on which community you're in. If you're in an area that was a little more friendly to medical marijuana early, like an Ann Arbor or a Ferndale, you're probably going to have a higher patient count, meaning medical. And conversely, if you're later into the operation or not, as from a pro-marijuana community, you might have less of a medical marijuana count.
And then one more question about the transparency on the north side. So it seems like the floor plans you have would allow for potentially adding a window in that break room or something where you wouldn't be able to see any of the cannabis product. I'm wondering what your willingness to do that, so we just don't have cement block wall facing that, on that north side?
Yes,
Great, thanks.
just not the bathroom.
I had a similar question about the transparency, so thank you, Commissioner. I was curious if one of the discussions we were having with the medical was that the proposed transparency facing South Division did not meet the 60% requirement, and I'm wondering if you can confirm whether or not the transparency in these current elevations meet the city's zoning requirement for transparency?
Yeah, in fact, it was a deficiency on our resubmission, and I believe Al maybe you can speak to that, but we did submit a revised plan.
Okay. And then, thank you, okay. And then I would concur that, you know, given that the parking area is facing the, on the north side, it would seem like there's opportunities for transparency, and also, as an employee, when you're, for your employees, I should say, not I'm an employee, for your employees, it would seem appropriate that there's not a solid door that they have to walk out into the parking lot for the curb and go. From a crime prevention standpoint, it would seem appropriate that they have some sort of transparency to be able to look out into the parking lot to know what's going on out there.
Yeah, our main sensitivity on the windows is especially transparent ones, because if they're, you know, spandrel glass or frosted, you can build a steel cage behind it. But if you actually want to see through it, the issue is always is just security. But you know, we wouldn't want a transparent window into our vault where we hold the marijuana.
Of course.
But I mean,
But the
that's-
break room and
Yeah.
the door for the curbside.
Yeah, we would have to make sure we have, you know, plate glass motion sensors and vibration sensors. But if that's something the Planning Commission wants, we would be willing to do so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. I will open up the public hearing. If you're here today about this case on South Division, please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us.
Hi, mi nombre es Angélica Velázquez y vengo hacia ustedes con una petición grande de mi comunidad. Tengo cartas de los papás de las escuelas, de los residentes. Sí, hemos hecho un trabajo de involucrarnos con la comunidad. Nosotros hemos estado siendo muy transparentes en esto. Estamos pidiendo, por favor, de que no aprueben esa locación, porque eso traería mucha más pobreza a nuestros vecindarios. En realidad, las personas que vienen y ofrecen trabajo no le dan trabajo a la gente de nuestros vecindarios, traen sus propios trabajadores. Tenemos iglesias, tenemos miembros de las escuelas que trabajan en Hope Academy. Esta es mi carta. Hemos trabajado mucho por mejorar a nuestro vecindario. Tenemos la esperanza ahora de que vengan cambios para nosotros. Estamos prácticamente me siento como con el compromiso para mi comunidad. Hemos puesto la fe en ustedes, en los comisionados. Ahora viene un plan de desarrollo y lo queremos mejorar. Definitivamente no podemos perder un supermercado que trae comida y alimenta a una comunidad para traer algo y aumentar vicios. Y yo creo que le da la libertad a muchísima gente, porque la mentalidad de los jóvenes ahora piensan que después de tener 18 años pueden hacer el uso de drogas, y eso nosotros estamos proveyendo mucho más droga a nuestro vecindario. Estoy nerviosa, preocupada, porque el dinero no lo es todo. Además, yo creo que ni siquiera son personas de aquí de la comunidad para invertir en su comunidad. Es dinero que sale de la ciudad también, de los contribuyentes. Le pedimos que no aprueben su petición de ellos, que vean por el futuro de nuestras comunidades, que creemos mejores oportunidades para nuestros jóvenes. Estamos perdiendo una high school ahí, que les quita muchísimos valores a nuestra gente. Y no podemos traer algo que los demás van a a enriquecerse y empobrecer más a nuestra gente. Quisiera haber traído toda mi comunidad, sabía que no podía. Están preocupados, pidiendo porque no se apruebe. Quisiera poder decirles más, pero no puedo. Estoy nerviosa por el futuro del barrio. Queremos ver progreso. Esto no nos trae a nosotros nada de progreso. Tenemos mala reputación ya, que somos los barrios pobres, los olvidados, los invisibles. Y esto no nos va a hacer a nosotros ningún favor, ni ningún bien.
All right, thank you.
Si se quiere quedar aquí al lado mío, en caso que haya yo no escuchado algo. Okay, so I'm María Elena Huerta. I'm translating in behalf of Angelica Velasquez. So pretty much what she's saying is she's going to be very transparent with us. She has several letters from the community. She has several documents signed. She even has her own letter that she made herself. She doesn't want this to be approved. She wants to create more jobs for the area. She's saying that, you know, this facility won't bring any jobs to the current people who live there. They're closing a supermarket down. You know, instead of bringing more jobs, they're hiring people from outside. She also did mention it can affect the youth in the area. As it is, this is a area that has had problems with drugs in the past and current. And she wants something to better her community. And then this is something that isn't for her community. We want to make sure that we bring something good for this community. And, you know, with heavy heart, she wants something, you know, better for her community. ¿Algo más que haga?
Les ruego, por favor, que no lo aprueben.
And she asked you guys to please not have this be approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Leonard Van Drunen. This is our fifth marijuana store application that we've seen in Burton Heights in the past 3 years. And at the Planning Commission hearing for the prior 4 applications, you saw many Burton Heights businesses, organizations, residents speaking up against those marijuana stores, and we thank you for rejecting those. For this marijuana application, you have letters of opposition as follows. First of all, from Davis Memorial Church of God in Christ. This is an African-American church, very close to the location as the applicant spoke of. Please note, as he mentioned, that the church's letter refutes the applicant's claim that the church was fine with the 2019 medical marijuana application. You have a letter from St. Xavier and Our Lady of Guadalupe Church, our big Hispanic church, really close to this location. Family Outreach Center, a substance use disorder clinic just up the street. Salvation Army Rehab Center, basically almost across the street. SECOM Resource Center, which operates as licensed child care center nearby. Alternative Directions, very close, which serves previously incarcerated persons. Alpha Grand Rapids, a family support center. Exalta Health, a medical clinic. A letter of opposition from more than 20 neighboring businesses, and opposition signatures, as Angelica just presented, from about 300 neighboring residents. So you might be wondering, what's up with those people in Burton Heights? Why are we so strongly opposed to marijuana stores? I'll tell you why. It's because we know the 50-year-old history of Burton Heights, and we're trying to write a new story for Burton Heights. Here's the old story. In the 60s and 70s, when we got cars, highways, and malls, and Burton Heights experienced suburban flight, this body, the GR Planning Commission, granted special land use to 4 party stores, several nightclubs, and numerous porn businesses. I'm sure those original party store and porn applicants told nice stories about how they would benefit Burton Heights. But those operators sold to other operators who then later sold to other operators, as the current applicant could also do in the future. And those subsequent operators forgot the community benefit fables that had been told by the original applicant, and Burton Heights was just stuck with a bunch of unhelpful party stores and porn businesses. Fortunately for Burton Heights, the porn businesses were driven out by the internet, with the last one closing 3 years ago. But we're still stuck with 4 party stores who sell the cheapest single servings of beer and liquor in Grand Rapids and drug paraphernalia from 7 in the morning until 2 a.m. And this attracts a continuous crowd of persons who are drinking in public, doing other illegal things in public, loitering, suffering from mental illness, sadly addicted to alcohol, dealing and using drugs, and being taken advantage of by pimps. This activity drives away customers, employees, organizations, and create a hostile environment for all of us in Burton Heights. All of this is a result of City Planning Commission's decisions long time ago that were very bad for Burton Heights and still are bad for Burton Heights. Please help us write a new story for Burton Heights.
All right, thank you.
Treat us fairly.
Thanks, Mr. Van Drunen. Appreciate it.
Reject this guy. He can take his store elsewhere. He'll be fine.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Covell. Own one of the oldest businesses in the neighborhood, family owned since 1902, which is Smitter Pest Control Management. And if you want to talk about history and donating and doing things for the community, my dad's one of them. He's probably donated close to $1 million to the Boys and Girls Club, which he was very modest and didn't want people to know. And the only reason I found out is when he passed away, when the GRPD presented him with an award at his funeral. But besides that, I really don't want it. It's right next door to my business. With these, he says he had these meetings. I was never notified. Neither was the Mexican restaurant next door to me. They were never notified about these meetings because I would have went when they had them back in 2019. And I didn't know about this meeting until somebody from the community came up and asked me about it. And that's why I'm here today. And I don't want it because I'm right next door to it. And then he talks about heavy traffic. They only have one driveway. You're going to need a few driveways to get traffic in and out. Because I deal with that traffic every day when they have deliveries at the grocery store. And with the lady there about taking away a grocery store, I mean, that's going to hurt the neighborhood really bad, because when they put that grocery store in there, it actually helped the community bring in something for them. I'm against it, and I hope you guys, seriously take a look at it and everything. But the way this gentleman makes it sound, since you already approved the medical, you're already going to approve the recreational. So I hope you do look into it and don't let it pass. Thank you for your time for coming in. Thank you.
Can I wipe this off? Is it okay if I wipe this off? Yeah. Pretty wet. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for allowing us to be here on today. I first of all would like to refute any allegations against Bishop Samuel Duncans. We are members of Davis Memorial. In 2019, I was the chairman of the board. Bishop Duncans came and met with the board and also the church, signed a letter to send that we absolutely opposed having a marijuana store. I also would like to talk about the turkeys that were being donated. There is a lady that does a senior citizen dinner every year in honor of all senior citizens, also uses our church and different churches and places to have her Thanksgiving dinners. So the turkeys were donated to her, not the church. So I just wanted to correct that. But I do want to say that I have been a member of Davis Memorial since 1979. Enjoy where our church is. I do have some concerns. I have contacted the city on numerous occasions about some things that had taken place over there. And the number one thing that I always says is that area have a lot of youth that needs to be protected. And our church, there's an alley that sits behind our church. And so I have great concern because people would be in the alley all the time with all these youth up and down the street and up and down the alleys. So those are my concerns. So I oppose to him having a marijuana store. I would like to read a letter from my pastor, if that's okay. And it says, dated April 6, 2022, to whom it may concern. My name is Pastor Shelton Thomas for the Davis Memorial Church of God in Christ, located at 111 Grigg Street Southeast. I am writing to express my objections with the Grand Rapids Planning Commission considering of awarding a marijuana retail license in our Burton Heights community. I stand in agreement with my fellow colleagues, neighbors, and community leaders that this proposal is unfair, unhealthy, and unhelpful. I strongly oppose the opening of a retail marijuana store. Therefore, I'm asking the Planning Commission not to grant a waiver to the store and that you uphold the city zoning ordinance which prohibits a marijuana store within 1,000 feet of the churches, schools, child care facilities, substance use disorder programs, and public park. My church is within 1,000 feet of the proposed location. Finally, I want to refute the claim that my predecessor, Bishop Samuel Duncans Jr., or any staff of Davis Memorial was in favor of the marijuana proposal in 2019. Bishop Duncans was misquoted in the city documents where it states that on behalf of the church, he would not be submitting objection. I have
Thank you,
spoken
ma'am.
with Bishop Duncans, and he objected in 2019, as he still objects in 2022.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your comments.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am, if you don't mind?
Okay, now you can object.
Excuse me, ma'am? Could you state your name for the record, if you don't mind?
My name is Roxanne Fittler,
Thank you so much.
and I call you all the time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joe Hermes. I own the property for 1628 South Division, and it's a Hispanic supermarket. They're doing a great business, and economy went down for a second. You know, sometimes businesses, they go up. Sometimes some businesses, they try to fall down. So they came to me. They say, like, Joe, we're going to need your help. You've always been helping out people, you know, like, we hear you, like you do a lot of stuff to the community, so we need your help. So they said if we can cut down the supermarket and kind of reduce our rent. So, like I said, like, what do you want me to put next door? I said, let me see if something comes up. Then I'll be more than happy to do it, because I don't want to see you guys leaving. You know, you guys doing a great job, you know. Customers happy. It's a nice, clean store. You know, by the way, you know, that green zone thing, I did a lot of stuff for David Chapel Church 5 years ago, before the green zone started. I didn't even know nothing about marijuana coming to Grand Rapids. That was like 2 years before. I pick up a church every year or every other year that church, maybe like the community in that area that needs help, and I donate turkeys or clothes or walk inside a church. If the carpet is messed up, maybe like a job. I did Lamp of God Church. I walked into the church. I seen their carpet, like maybe it's like 50 years old carpet, and I spent $30,000. I put a brand new carpet. I also donated $60,000 worth of clothes. It was around Christmas. A lady came to me. She said, Joe, we know you got a good heart. You give stuff to the community. So I donated $60,000 worth of clothes. Channel 8 was there. Channel 13 was there. I mean, and I do that from my heart. I have a liquor store also on 110 Hall Street. And when I moved to Grand Rapids in 1997, it was 1,000 square feet liquor store. Didn't even sell milk. All they had in there, liquor, beer, few bags of chips. I turned that store to like a small supermarket. I sell food in there. I sell fruits. I sell vegetables. I turned it from a liquor store to a grocery store. I have decent prices. I'm cheaper than the supermarket next door to me, like half a mile away. I try to help out the community. Also, I had a building on Division, the old KFC building. I had a buyer for that building out of state. He wanted to put a restaurant in there, and they offered me $275,000. One day, a priest walked in my store, Hispanic priest. I forgot his name, but the church is still there on Division. And he goes to me, we want to purchase this building from you.
All right, thanks for your comments, sir. Your time's up.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else on this case?
Hello, my name's Eileen Ike-Demagalski. I did not come for this, but I really feel the need to say something. There's a massive difference between medical marijuana and recreational marijuana facilities, and we all know it. Frankly, most people who have a medical get their stuff delivered or by their provider. This is just shameful to put this in an area of multiple rehab facilities. It takes a huge amount of discipline and honesty and commitment to put yourself in a rehab facility. Be honest, and you're going to put this right there. It's wrong. I can't believe that you aren't acknowledging this, that you're not educated. And if you don't understand this, you need to educate yourselves, every one of you. These people are going to fall back, I promise you. Not everybody, but they will. And also, it's my understanding that the Salvation Army does not require licensure or acknowledgement by the state of Michigan, or whatever the correct term is, due to its nonprofit standing. Maybe you need to look into that a little bit more. You had questions about it, and I think it needs to be looked into a little more. And just shame on you. Shame on you for putting this right there. Just staring them right in the eyes. Unless you've had somebody go through this, who's gone through addiction, who's detoxed, who's gotten themselves sober, who fight every single day to stay sober, you're not going to get it. But I'm sure somebody here has family, friends, whatever the case may be, who have struggled, who have OD'd, who have multiple different venues for this. I understand it's just marijuana, but if you don't acknowledge that marijuana is a gateway, is a stepping stone, it's just a baby step to falling back on what put you in that facility in the first place, shame on you.
All right, anyone else on this case? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll invite the applicant up if there's things you want to address that were raised in the public hearing.
Yes, thank you. I know I have 3 minutes max. Obviously, one of the great parts of our system is that people can show up and speak. But I'm not preaching to you. I just one of the first cases I had when I was in law was that zoning and land use issues and application reviews are not a popularity contest. They're to be based on what the same standards that you've approved a great number of facilities in this community, ones that people from the rehab community could go to 2900 and visit. It's important to note that there are no sensitive uses within the district as it relates to rehab facilities. So we're here seeking approval. We hope we're judged by the same standard that all the other people that have been approved by whether there was one person objecting or 8 people objecting. It's not a popularity contest. It's not a voice of the vocal minority that makes land use decisions. And I should point out that the Ward 1 Precinct 24 had a 79% approval rating for adult use marijuana. They're not going to show up here and speak in support of that. They're not as passionate about supporting Level's retail center as those that are opposed to it. So again, I believe we're dealing with a vocal minority, and I respect their opinion, but we'd ask you to use your land use basis when evaluating this application. As it relates, almost done. As it relates to local hiring in our Kalamazoo facility, we hired 82% local, Muskegon 88%, and our Ferndale and Centerline locations were 72%. You get a little bit greater, a smaller percentage when you get a heavy, dense metropolitan area like that because you have crossover communities that are so close to where your facility is. But we do hire local, and we do hire local at Wild Bill's. So the idea that we're not going to be bringing jobs, we are absolutely going to be bringing jobs and bringing more jobs than the bakery component of that location. The grocery store is not leaving. It's the bakery component that Mr. Hermes mentioned. So we're not displacing the grocery store in the community. And as it relates to, I think and I'm not here to talk about marijuana. You guys have already voted on an ordinance and approved it, but it should be noted to those in the audience that weren't part of that process that opioid addiction is down in states that have medical and adult use marijuana. Studies done show 7.9% in states that have medical marijuana introduced. There's usually about 2.21 million doses a year reduction. And so we have a crisis with opioids. And so if somebody can get the pain reduction from marijuana, a substance that is not addictive, like as addictive as opioids, I think it's a win. And you should note that although recreational percentages have gone up, last thing I'll say, one of the main reasons they've gone up is people have decided not to renew their medical cards. So as their time comes up where they got to go to the doctor, pay that, then pay for the renewal fee, a lot of people make the decision that it's not worth the several hundreds of dollars, and they'll just come in and they'll buy on daily specials that are offered or buy strategically buy at certain locations. So there's a downturn in the medical. That's when you asked the question earlier. There's a nice chunk of that discrepancy in the percentages is based on people just giving up their medical cards, and you'll see that continue through the years. So with that, I respectfully request that you guys approve that and judge us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we've had I did a lot of research on this. We probably had about 11 of the approvals that were with either adjacent to residential or within 200 feet. So I know you've had objectors here today, but this particular, from a land use standpoint, neighborhood and the concepts that we're talking about aren't different than the same neighborhood that you've approved 11 other locations next to. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this point? No? Kristen, any? No? Okay, discussion.
Well, I guess maybe before we do anything else, should we talk about the applicability of the last waiver justification to this current case?
At some point, yes, we would want that on the record to determine whether the waivers, the previous waivers granted, could also apply to this current application.
I don't know that I should be the person to do it. I feel like, yeah, I mean, I went back and looked at our minutes and tried to remember our discussion as well. And I think in terms of the position, the geography, those things stand. I guess I would look to my other commissioners that, I don't know, maybe I disagreed with in the past about impacts to sensitive uses in terms of related to objections versus not objections, and what your thoughts are on that.
I would just note that if the city staff report does provide those reasons for the previous granting of the waivers within the staff report, just so that you have easy access to it if you'd like to refresh your memory on why the waivers were granted previously, to determine whether or not those are applicable this time around.
Yeah, so I'll just, and Al did a good job reiterating the basis upon which we relied for the waivers in round one. As the applicant points out, we are bound by the standards and the law. And so I think when we looked at it back before, the actual physical location, and I'll just read from the standard, but the proposed use didn't impair, we believed back then, the proposed use did not impair the quality of life or have detrimental impacts to the sensitive land use based on the fact that the primary entrance was more than 1,300 feet from the sensitive use. That was a part of the standard that we relied upon when granting the waiver. Even with the testimony we've heard today and the public comment, which I respect and appreciate, that particular standard hasn't changed. There's no circumstance that's changed around the 1,300 actual feet from the sensitive land use to the proposed use. So, I mean, I'll point that out. We had the robust discussion about that before. That fact remains today. Al pointed that out in a staff report. And it's a standard on which we have to rely as the governing body around the land use.
All right. I didn't know if Commissioner Rosaboom had thoughts.
Well, in addition, we have had some religious institutions articulate negative impacts on their particular services that they provide, and we have not had any evidence. We didn't have any evidence of that when we granted the waiver the last time, and we didn't have any additional evidence. So I would suggest that the waiver is still appropriate.
Great. Thanks. So I guess moving on to some other factors in terms of the traffic, this part of Division gets almost 17,000 cars a day already. And so having 150 trips come in and out of here is not going to significantly add to that. So I don't think traffic is a huge factor. I appreciate the transparency on the west side and the applicant's willingness to add transparency on the north side as well.
Yeah, overall, I appreciate the applicant doing what they do in order to be in compliance, but I don't remember this, and that could just be me not remember it. So I don't know if I was here or not. Oh, okay, before my time, good. But I do know, since being on the Planning Commission, we always weigh heavy, or we give weight to neighbors, to community associations, to people who do come in and object when they do. And especially if the applicant did not make the effort in order to reach out to those neighbors. And in this instance, we got one neighbor who said they didn't know. We've got the church refuting the supposed support that the applicant claimed that they gave before. So I don't know. I'm weighing those heavy because this is a community of people, and it seems like the community of people, especially, or at the very least, the next door neighbors didn't know that this was proposed. And then there's enough community to be in firm opposition to this, at the very least.
I would agree with Commissioner Williams in that I feel like there's some he said, she said going on here in terms of the community engagement and that type of stuff, and I wasn't here when this was originally discussed. I understand the logic for the original waiver. Yep, it should be. Am I just not close enough? Is that a little better? Sorry. So I understand like the logic for the original waiver. I think the neighborhood opposition does weigh heavily on me. And while I get that maybe the statistical differences between medical marijuana and recreational marijuana aren't significant, I think there's some psychological and some societal differences there that do need to be taken into effect when you talk about what you're going to put into a community's neighborhood. I don't know if I would have made the same decision, if I had been here 2 or 3 years ago whenever this waiver was issued, and I haven't made a decision yet. Honestly, I'm really interested in hearing what the other commissioners have to say because I'm torn on this one. This one is the neighbors came out, they said their piece. The applicant has made a strong case as well. I could see both sides of this issue, and this is a tough one. But I do feel like we have to acknowledge some of the psychological difference between medical and recreational marijuana, whether that has a traffic count impact or not on this. It has an impact on how people feel about that neighborhood, and these people deserve to have that factored in.
I appreciate your comments. I would just encourage the Planning Commission to make sure that we're utilizing all of the standards of the special land use. Even though clearly there is opposition to this, there's other standards that must be considered when you're evaluating whether or not that this is an appropriate land use.
Yeah, I think to that point, and in response to your comments, Commissioner, I would just say, while there may be a psychological difference about how you feel about it, I don't know that there's a land use difference that's significant that we've ever determined. A case could be made that there's more traffic, but to Commissioner Joseph's point, I'm not sure that will have a negative impact on this corridor because of the already busy, nature of division. And so, while there might be a different feeling about recreational versus medical, I'm not sure that we would see the detrimental impacts that some would stipulate might come from this. At least that's my experience in other neighborhoods where we've seen the shift from medical to recreational.
I think as it relates to community input, which the Commissioner is right, we do weigh, and we have on all special land use cases. I think with marijuana facilities particularly, though, we were given a little bit of a benefit to the extent that the regulations require the applicant to do certain things to create a good neighbor plan and perhaps there's some dispute about whether or not it was sufficient or enough of the neighborhood came out to the meetings, but under the marijuana standards, the applicant is required and has at least submitted evidence or information that suggests they complied with that standard. In other special land use, it isn't quite so comprehensive. So with regard to the marijuana uses, I mean, it is sort of better that we know they are required to, and they have, at least in this case, asserted a good neighbor plan that meets the standards. And again, I know that doesn't mean that every neighbor got contacted, but under the standards, they appear to have met those and submitted proof on the record that they have.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, with the community outreach, not every neighbor is going to respond, right? Not every neighbor is going to show up, especially if you support it. You're not going to take time out of your day in order to go to express your support of something, whereas you probably would if you oppose it. My point with that, though, is that the very people that this applicant mentioned that they reached out to, those very same people are here saying that we didn't get that, or the applicant has misrepresented what we stated. And so if I'm just going with that, not even just from the community, if I'm going to take the supposed support that the applicant said, and then the folks are here saying, well, we didn't support it, then who's lying, right? Somebody's lying. So in that light, right, yeah, they've reached out, and I see the paperwork, and I appreciate all of that. But if I'm just taking your word for it, then I don't know if I can take your word for it.
I guess on the specific case of the church, I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that they've ever claimed support, but a lack of objection, and I think it was a lack of written objection, is what we didn't have at the time. In 2019, we didn't have a written objection. Even if they were in opposition, they'd never stated that to us. We didn't have any reason to believe that. And so now we do have that, and we have some record that they would have been opposed to it in 2019, but never spoke up. I'm not sure that that anyone's lying in that situation.
I mean, in our case, obviously not. Like for us, no. My point with that was mainly that the applicant is waving it around as if, years ago there was support because there was a lack of an objection.
Sure, and I think I would just treat it as there wasn't objection at the time, not necessarily that there was support. I didn't hear that they were stating that they were supportive at the time and now they're not, is how I understand it.
For me, I think the applicant has pretty much, hit all the special land use review standards, with the exception of the thing that we keep throwing around, which is actually the neighborhood effects letter, 3A is what really we're talking about here. And so we have to decide here, where I guess we stand on the proposed use being compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing plan character and uses of the neighborhood. I think that's like what all this is kind of getting to, is that specific standard. And that's the conversation that we're having, and that's the conversation I think we need to make, that this kind of hinges on, is how people's feelings are about this. But at the end of the day, we do have to go back to the standard. And that's the standard that we're weighing, not how we feel about the difference between medical and recreational, not who said what or she said whatever, but whether or not the standards are being met appropriately. And that's what we're here to discuss. So I would be interested to know from the commissioners how we feel about that particular standard, as it is something that we have the ability to weigh in on, and that matters to this case.
As in, is it harmonious with the neighborhood?
Are we meeting the standard that we are able to weigh in on as a commission, what our charge is?
Setting aside our personal feelings toward whether or not we support the use of marijuana in our community or where it's located. We had approved this as a commission for medical use. And because that was already approved, I feel that maybe this is, we're getting into much of that feeling and into the nitty-gritty of how we view that, recreational versus medicinal. We've already approved one. I'm not sure I personally understand what the difference is, and maybe someone else can, how that would change 3A. We've already approved the one. How does this change that 3A of our land use, special land use?
I think, as I stated, I think that one of the differences that you could see is in the amount of traffic and how that impacts the neighborhood. If there is additional traffic anticipated, then it's potential that there could be issues with parking. I think, as Commissioner Buehler stated, I think that the grounds for granting the waiver the first round are still applicable today with the practical distance between sensitive uses. And so I guess I come down on, I think that this is still appropriate, and I don't see a major difference. So I think that any negative consequences are not present here. I think they're probably appropriately handled based on location.
I tend to agree.
I do too, in the sense that it's a legal, highly regulated use that will contribute to the commercial vitality of the area. I mean, there's a negative impact of traffic, but there's also a benefit to the vibrancy of the commercial district.
My final comments will be, I definitely respect all of the commissioners' comments. For me, I'm 100% in favor of recreational marijuana. So it's not a personal feeling. It's just to Commissioner Wallace's point, being harmonious with the neighborhood. I'm not for sure if I would have voted in favor of this the first time it was around. And for this, I'll have to oppose it because I don't think that it is harmonious with the kind of neighborhood that we want to see here, as stated and provided by the people who live in this neighborhood.
And Commissioner, if you could give a little bit of thought as to what would make it not harmonious or why it's not harmonious. If you were to make the motion, for example, just make sure that your findings specify that, please. I'm not asking you to make the motion, I'm just pushing you. Sorry, I'm just stating when we get to that we don't want to repeat the standards, that the board is compelled to make findings to those specific standards. And I think you were starting to get there by referencing the input that you did here today.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
I could go back to the nature of public testimony, and maybe the director could help remind us what is the purpose that serves. In particular, we hear lots of comments about lots of things, many of which have zero to do with land use, some of which is tangential, some of which is relevant. We come up against NIMBYism all the time with high density residential assumptions about renters versus owners. We sort through all of that all of the time. But maybe could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Sure. You're right. So public testimony is tricky in terms of how you receive that. And so what the Planning Commission must do is receive that testimony, and then if there are statements made as part of that testimony that relate to your standards, then that's the information that you can use to help inform your determination of that standard. And so, for example, traffic is kind of an easy one. If we heard a lot of testimony stating that this would cause excessive traffic based on the volumes and based on individuals' experience of that corridor, you could then use that information or those that characterization and those findings to the standard that's applicable to the traffic that I can't read without my glasses on. And so what we heard today was a lot about existing uses that could potentially be harmed. And so that speaks to the planned future character, existing and planned character of the neighborhood, and how might this then be impacted, or how might this use impact that future planned character or the existing character and uses that are there. I don't know if that's helpful, or so you're right. You do have to tease it out a little bit, and really take the information that's relevant to your standards, and that's the information that you would use to help inform your decision.
And to continue to put the director on the spot, could you speak a little bit to this body's governance span versus the city commission's governance span, who were the ones who passed the ordinance in the first place, who detailed the special land use, or the, I always got this wrong when we used to debate this, what's that? Well, the Good Neighbor Plan, the MyVita, the different components of the marijuana use, and the sensitive land use waivers, right? So this body didn't develop those standards. The city commission did. We have to apply the standards. Maybe you could speak a little bit to the bifurcation between what city commission did and what our role and limitations an application of what City Commission passed are.
Yeah. So specific to the city of Grand Rapids, because this could vary based on the community, based on communities around the state. But in the city of Grand Rapids, per the state enabling legislation, City Commission sets policy. And in this particular case, they set land use policy. So they determine how tall buildings can be, what uses can go where, and what those standards of review would be. Now, of course, there are some state law that guides some of that. But from a process perspective, the Planning Commission would make a recommendation, and then City Commission ultimately establishes what will the laws be or the land use laws be. The Planning Commission is responsible for applying those standards and that ordinance to each individual application. So in many ways, you are simply administering the zoning ordinance as it is. So it is not within your purview to determine whether it's good policy or bad policy. It's not within your purview of, do you agree with it or not? That policy or that determination has already been made for you. And so in some ways, you're in a box, right? So you only have the ordinance to go by. In these cases, they are special land use, meaning they're permitted, but perhaps they're permitted subject to certain conditions, or perhaps these uses are not appropriate in all locations of that zone district. And so it provides for that opportunity for this body to take in a special land use consideration and really look at this use itself. In this case, it's a cannabis retailer, and say, we have generally determined that cannabis retailers are allowed within the city of Grand Rapids, and generally speaking within our traditional business areas. But then the Planning Commission, with information that's gained through the public hearing process, has to have that pause, that consideration of, is this location appropriate for, in this case, the cannabis retailer? And based on what are the circumstances happening around us, where's the access, what does the building look like, will it impair the character, the planned development of the area? And so in addition to the information that you know through your site visits, through the application material, through the information collected at the public hearing, you also have your master plan that you would reference, which is the final standard of your review standards, to say, is this appropriate in light of what the vision for the city of Grand Rapids or the master plan? And so you have a lot of information that you must apply to each and every application that you see, which is why we know your packets are quite lengthy, which is why we try to put a lot of time into your staff report to really give you all of the information and easily accessible resources to help inform that decision. And so, again, you're administering the zoning ordinance. You're not determining whether you like the policy that was adopted. A couple of years ago, you had a lot of feelings about that policy specific to the sensitive uses and the waivers themselves. But we reminded you that that was not part of your purview. And if you'd like it to be, this is not the body for you to serve on. Was that helpful?
Very much so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'll take a crack at a motion here. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of Lux One LLC, Paul Weisberger, for a recreational marijuana retailer at 1628 South Division Avenue for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the commercial designation for this area in the master plan supports a range of commercial uses, including retail, and the proposed use is also supported by the South Division Corridor Plan. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the site is currently built out and generally meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and the proposed site changes have been reviewed and approved in city-issued permits. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing or planned character and uses of the adjacent neighborhood, or adjacent uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the proposal reuses an existing building which meets the site layout requirements. The proposed use will minimize potential adverse effects on the neighborhood because the GRPD has approved a septet plan for the proposed use that is designed to mitigate potential crime impacts, and the applicant has committed a good neighbor plan including neighborhood engagement in English and Spanish. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise or visual clutter, because excessive amounts of noise, glare, or visual clutter are not typically associated with marijuana retail sales. A good neighbor plan is required to be submitted and honored, and the applicant will be required to implement odor mitigation techniques in order to meet ordinance requirements. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the future character of this area is pedestrian-oriented, serving a compact area of mixed uses, and the proposed use will not significantly decrease that condition. Public sidewalks currently border the property to the west, and the current orientation of the building is proposed to be retained. The proposed additional windows on the building's west and north facades will improve the pedestrian experience. The proposed use will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable, particularly where the natural features assist in preserving the general character of the neighborhood, because the site currently contains little to no green space and the applicant proposes to change this condition by increasing landscape around the site and on Division Avenue. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist or will be provided at no additional cost, because the proposed use seeks to reuse an existing developed property which uses existing public services. An increased police and fire presence associated with the proposed use is not generally required more than other retail commercial land uses. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability and/or economic welfare of the city, because the proposed use is expected to generate a significant number of jobs and potential tax revenues, and the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws, because the marijuana industry is closely regulated and subject to local and state agencies' regulations. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply. Standard condition sets A, approvals, and B, marijuana operations, which I will read because they haven't been read yet, but they'll also show up on the screen here momentarily. A, approvals, that the application and plans submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and or as amended in this resolution. 2, that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recorded in planning commission minutes. 3, that this approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs should be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. 4, that a land use development services or LUDS permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the city of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. 5, that any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the planning commission. 6, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. And 7, that this approval should take effect 16 calendar days after the date of planning commission's decision. B, marijuana operations. 1, that this approval is for only the requested marijuana facility type and does not include any approval for any other current or future facility type as permitted by local or state statutes or ordinances. 2, that all commitments made by the applicant in the Good Neighbor Plan operations and management plan, public hearing testimony, and MyVita and or SISEVA, if applicable, shall be honored in good faith by the applicant and or future operators of this land use. 3, that the operation of this land use be subject to the approved septet plan and any related local and state ordinances, with any changes to that plan subject to the review and approval by the Grand Rapids Police Department. 4, that all use regulations of Section 5.9.19 specific to marijuana facilities be met, including product visibility, restrictions, and hours of operation limited per application and testimony. 5, that the facility plan is submitted to Laura. As submitted to Laura, be submitted to the planning director prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, and that any changes to the security plan be submitted to Laura. As submitted to Laura shall also be submitted to the planning director. 6, that evidence of a valid and effective general liability insurance policy meeting the requirements of Section 5.9.19.f.4 be submitted to the planning director for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And 7, that a license from the state of Michigan shall be required prior to operation, and that a City of Grand Rapids license shall also be required for this facility, and this approval does not include approval of either license. And then beyond that, that the applicant work with the planning Director and Planning Department to add appropriate transparency on the north side of the building.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. That motion passes. Our next case is 2128 Chesapeake Drive Northeast. Elizabeth will walk us through this.
The next item on the agenda is Phase 3 of Viridian Place. Is Phase 3 of Viridian Place. Viridian Place is, this is the final phase of development that, when complete, will consist of 130 dwelling units. On approximately 10 acres, the proposed Phase 3 will consist of 28 dwelling units in 8 buildings on a private street. A minor deviation to the approved development plan is also requested to facilitate off-street parking spaces, modify the location and number of dwelling units within buildings, and to add a stormwater management structure. This is actually a PRD. It's showing as LDR, but it's a planned redevelopment district. It is surrounded by low-density residential to the north and I-196 to the south. Maryland is to the east, and the portion that you can see has been sort of prepared for development is, this is Phase 1 of the development. It's actually on a different parcel, so that's why it's not showing here. But you can see the low-density residential development to the north. This is a slide that shows the development plan as approved by the Planning Commission. That was in April of 2018. We have Phase 1 right off of Maryland, Phase 2 in the middle, and finally Phase 3. Phase 3, unlike the remainder of the development, will consist of a private drive. The other parts of the development, shown as Lynn Haven Way here, renamed Watertown Way, is a public street with public sidewalks. What's shown as Bradford Drive here, it's now called Kingfisher Court, was approved as a private cul-de-sac, private loop with no sidewalks and private street lighting as well. What is shown on this plan is the approved final site plan for Phases 1 and 2 and the proposed Phase 3. This is a detail of the proposed Phase 3. As you can see, this includes a 5-unit building, a 4-unit building, and a single-family building on the north side of the street. This is a modification to what was originally approved. Actually, maybe you can, this is the original. We had two, on the north, we had 2 4-unit buildings and 1 2-unit building. And now a 5-unit building, a 4-unit building, and a single-family home is proposed. This is what we're considering a minor deviation to the development. There are several levels of changes to planned redevelopment districts. This kept the general integrity of the plan, but it was something that the Planning Commission does need to discuss. And part of your charge today in this final site plan review is to consider whether this is an appropriate change. Along with that change to the grouping of buildings, actually, I'm going to go back to that building arrangement. The overall number of dwelling units hasn't changed, but I do want to mention that there is some change to the limits of grading, and I'll defer to the applicant and the applicant's engineer to talk about that in detail. I think some of it has to do with utilities, and I think the engineer will be better able to describe that, although it is mentioned in the staff report. What I do want to mention that the limits of grading have expanded slightly to accommodate the new buildings. And you can see that here on the south. These buildings, the arrangements of these buildings haven't changed, but the grading limits is still the grading limits are still modified somewhat, and that is also the case to the north. The next element of the proposal that I want to mention is parking. As originally approved, which you can see here, parking consisted of garage and driveway parking. The public street can accommodate, the width of the street as meeting the minimum width of a public street can accommodate on-street parking. This private loop is too narrow to accommodate any on-street parking, and the applicant is now proposing some additional overflow or guest parking in the development. Mostly it's located in this center median, but there's also some between units or buildings 30 and 31 and to the east of building 34. So that was something that wasn't originally contemplated. Our stormwater project engineer has reviewed this and found the change to the impervious surface, while it is an increase, given the overall area of the development, is not significant. But he does recommend that this center median incorporate some sort of additional stormwater mechanism, such as a rain garden, and that could be a condition of approval, which is in your draft conditions if you're amenable to the additional parking. Something I did not originally include in my staff report, but I'd like to mention is that there is no screening incorporated into this plan, and some kind of landscape screening might be desirable, given that headlights might be going into the buildings across the way. So that might be something to further explore and discuss if you find this parking to be appropriate.
About, lastly, the additional change is the incorporation of what did we call it? It's a drainage structure, a hydrodynamic vortex separator that was added at the request of engineering. And there's another one, I think, oh, here it is. It's right in this area. And so that was something that was added subsequent to the original engineering. So this is something that the city would like to see for water quality. And but the issue here is that it's in an area that was originally anticipated to be undisturbed. It is encroaching into and closer to the natural feature setback, and will also affect some trees on the property, which I will advance to now. So these changes also impact some of the trees that were originally anticipated to be retained. So, and there are several that were identified in the original tree survey as being in fair or good condition. There is, to the west here, where we have a drainage structure, is a 25-inch oak, and that's in good condition. On the south here, because the drainage, I'm sorry, the level, the area of disturbance has been modified somewhat. Several trees that were not originally anticipated to be removed are now proposed for removal. That's a 9-inch hackberry in good condition, a 7-inch oak in fair condition, and an 8.5-inch red oak in fair condition. There is an 11-inch red oak in fair condition, and then to the north here by the drainage structure, a 26-inch cottonwood in fair condition. I've only pointed out these particular trees. As you can see in these bubbled areas, there's additional trees to be removed. However, they're not listed in this overall inventory because they were found to be in they were in less than fair condition, so the trees were not in good health. So those trees were not included in the overall tree canopy calculation. So even with the removal of all these trees, the proposed tree canopy will be retained. So in sum, what I'm trying to say is the changes to the plan will impact some additional trees that were not additionally anticipated to be impacted. Tree canopy is otherwise far exceeds the tree canopy requirement for this area, and clearly green space is also it exceeds the requirements. One other thing I want to mention about the site plan is the lighting. Specs for lighting were not proposed, but the same kind of lighting that's in the already constructed portion of the development is proposed. What you see here are public streetlights. They'll be maintained by the city subsequent to the applicant's installation of them. In Phase 3 of the development, there'll be the same lights, but they'll be private utility and maintained by, paid for and maintained by the association. So
I've incorporated into the resolution of approval that the lights be consistent with what was already installed. What you see in the photos on the screen are some of the buildings that have already been constructed, and the applicant is proposing the same style of building. One of the conditions of approval of the original ordinance for this development was that all the buildings needed to be slightly different. We didn't want a monotonous appearance on the street. So you'll see that, you know, each component is slightly different. And the applicant plans to continue that in the remainder of the development. And you can see that by the change in colors and orientation. What is being proposed is the same type of building that was, you know, that I just said, that I just showed you. The elevations that were shown, that are included in the packet, these are sample elevations and building plans that of, you know, what was previously constructed. So there's, you know, these are, although these are just samples, they are substantially similar to what was constructed and what is proposed, with several modifications, in that these are all sort of 2-unit components. Each one of these, you know, is made up of 2 units. You know, sometimes a 2-unit building or a 4-unit building. As I mentioned at the very beginning, the applicant is proposing a 5-unit building and a single-family home. And so the Planning Commission should consider whether you find that what they're proposing relative to elevations is consistent with what was previously approved. I think I just want to lastly mention a couple of construction elements. And during construction of these, of phases 1 and 2, some of the folks in the neighborhood to the north have expressed some concern about construction vehicles using their neighborhood to access the development site. So even though the public street has already been constructed here from Maryland, apparently some construction vehicles have been using their neighborhood that's accessed from Leonard. We do find it most appropriate for the construction vehicles to be coming off of Maryland and not driving through the established residential neighborhood. So that was incorporated in as a condition of approval. Additionally, I don't believe we have any had any issues here, but in some other developments, there have been issues and concerns about hours of construction, and it is unfortunate that our city ordinance allows construction until 10 p.m., and we are asking that a condition of approval be implemented that construction cease by 8 p.m. So in sum, we're looking at the consideration of the final phase of development of Viridian Place, consisting of 28 dwelling units on a private street with private street lighting, with several changes to the configuration of the buildings on the north side, some modifications to the area of disturbance associated with some utility location modifications, as well as the addition of parking and a stormwater drainage structure. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
Thanks, Elizabeth. Any questions?
Is the lack of sidewalks at their discretion because it's a private street?
Well, I would say that was the way it was originally approved. So the original ordinance did not include sidewalks. So we'd be happy to encourage them to include sidewalks. And I think we could probably say that that still meets the spirit of intent, but that is not a requirement to meet the original approval.
Any other questions? All right, come on up then.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Hawerda. I'm with Viridian Place Condominiums, and our building company is called Sterling Homes and Land. And we're bringing Phase 3 in today. I think Elizabeth did a great job of kind of overviewing the elements of Phase 3. I really don't have anything to add to what she said. Besides a comment, I think, on the construction traffic piece, I do want to let you know that we were contacted by the city about one or more vehicles coming through the established neighborhood. I talked to the city engineer about that, and he suggested a couple of, well, first of all, he suggested I talk with folks that are working on the buildings, and we've done that. And I think, in addition, he recommended a couple of signs indicating no construction traffic, and we placed the sign at the bottom of Watertown Way, which is the new street, the public street, right where Watertown Way meets Chesapeake, and that sign says no construction traffic on both sides of it. We put another one out at Leonard and Worcester, and that one was taken away quickly, and I don't know who did that, but I think it could have been, it could have been a neighbor, it could have been someone from the city. I'm not sure we were allowed to put a sign there. So anyway, that's what we've done with that. And if anybody has any questions about Phase 3, I'd be happy to attempt to answer those.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going back to Commissioner Rosenboom's question to Elizabeth, could you talk about the reasons you're choosing to make Kingfisher Court a private drive without sidewalks versus adding sidewalks or kind of meeting the specifications of what would be a public street?
I think Kingfisher Court, Phase 3, when we looked at what we had to work with there in terms of just land and space, I think that's what primarily drove that decision, and that's why we presented it to the city that way at the beginning.
I mentioned to Commissioner Rosenboom, it feels like an oversight that we would have required it on the public street, but not on the cul-de-sac, the Phase 3. I'd have to go back into the minutes and review if we actually discussed that, but I feel like we would have required sidewalks throughout.
I'm not sure that we did discuss it. I don't know. I didn't look back at the minutes either. We might have just missed it. Yeah, I'm wondering from a staff perspective, I mean, we do have, I guess, is it a matter of having like a trade-off between further encroaching on the land, the area that was slated to be undeveloped? Like, what kind of, are there impacts that we would have to that if we requested sidewalks be added?
So I can't see what all the dimensions are, but my suspicion is if sidewalks were to be required, that there would have to be some movement of the buildings further away from the back of curb to accommodate the sidewalks. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's probably insufficient room as it's proposed. I maybe perhaps would look to the engineer to see how much the homes would have to move further away from back of curb to accommodate a sidewalk, meaning if there's a 10-foot variation, meaning encroachment to the north and south, there's grading that would have to be adjusted as well. It's difficult to answer that on the spot, to understand the impact without knowing the engineering ramifications. There's certainly enough space. It's just a matter of how much that grade line would have to move and what sort of clearing would need to be done to accommodate.
Right. Okay. Something to discuss.
Steve Van Kooten, Meadema Van Kooten Engineering, coming up.
Good afternoon. For the sidewalk, typically a street sidewalk's 5 foot wide, and you need a green space between the pavement and the sidewalk, typically for snow storage, and that's usually about 5 feet. So you would have to move the buildings back, 10 feet minimum, I would say, in both directions toward the pond and toward the expressway in this configuration. And especially toward the expressway, we are pretty close to it now, and we'd hate to move those buildings closer. And one of the other issues we have, and the reason why it's a private road and not a public road, is right where we come off the public road in that first stretch where there's no buildings, we're skirting between two wetlands on each side of the road. And there's not a lot of room there. We're grading right up to the edge of the wetlands or within a few feet of it and getting our access that way. Another reason why I remember not putting sidewalk in there is we want to discourage anybody from cutting through our property from the west. We're already going to probably have a problem with that because people do it now. And we wanted to make it look like a private drive and not a public walkway. So that was another consideration of why not having a public walkway in there.
Thanks for that explanation. That's helpful. Any other questions for the applicant?
No, I just kind of wanted to comment on that from my experience is if it goes a little bit further north on that, they're going to be getting into the 100-year floodplain. And those floodplains are, how they're designed right now, they're not really 100-year. So if you move that any further, you would be getting into some potential flooding issues. That's just from my experience.
All right. If there's no other, do you have a question now?
I had a question on understanding the perpendicular parking in what seems to be some haphazard locations. I don't quite understand what the purpose of those are and why traditional on-street parking couldn't be considered.
Okay, I think it's back to the whole space business again and using a narrower private access roadway to deal with the space situation. So because on the public road, Kristen Watertown Way from Maryland to Chesapeake, that's wider, and that includes parking on one side of the street. And if we did that here in Phase 3, my understanding is we would have run out of room for everything we needed to fit in there.
How wide is the street? 22 feet.
Yeah, the width of the private road is 22 feet.
Is some of that somewhat dictated by the desire to have a circle drive?
I think the short answer is yes to that, yes.
And I presume that that's necessary based on emergency vehicle requirements, is to have the circle drive versus just a
dead end, yeah.
dead end. Okay. And is that parking necessary? I mean, it looks like as if I were to live there, I have a single-car garage. I'm sorry, I don't have the floor plans in front of me here. Single-car garage plus 1 or 2 spaces in the driveway. How much more parking is necessary to accommodate visitors?
So I think our thought just was this: if there's a birthday party or a Super Bowl party or a situation where one particular dwelling unit owner wanted to have a half a dozen people over, you got to go somewhere with those cars, and I think that's what came to our minds, and that's why we made that change.
So parking for Super Bowl day, is that?
Yes.
It seems a little out of character to me, considering its special event nature and you've got adequate parking on each individual home. It just feels like an odd choice from a site plan perspective, is just my opinion. Especially when we have no sidewalks and then people would be walking on the street with perpendicular parking backing out on Super Bowl day.
I know. I think, Super Bowl Sunday is just one example, right? There's birthday. Okay.
Any other questions, comments, quips? All right, thanks. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today in this case, I invite you forward to come share your thoughts with us.
Hello again. I'm Eileen Demagowski.
Would you mind restating your name into the mic? Could you pull the mic down for me? Thanks.
Is that better? Okay. Eileen Demagowski. The city, let's start with the noise. The city and Mr. Huerta have cleared out trees along the highway, and now there's much, much more noise. This change will be more noise to be cut out, thus discreet. It'll just be much more noisy, and the tree canopy is going to have to be, is already limited. It's going to have to be cleared more. And frankly, I live there. I look at this pond every single day, 6 times a day. Half the trees they counted, when they counted them, are dead. So you're already talking about clearing out more trees. Can the giant dirt piles that are there be pushed to make more of a berm to help decrease the noise from the highway? And if not, why? Don't you have the authority to authorize this? The additional parking was something that we brought up, the neighborhood brought up in discussion with this years ago, and we were told, nope, there's going to be enough parking. And frankly, we were told that people would be riding their bikes, Ubering, or taking public transportation to these houses, and so there was no need for additional parking. And there's only room for one car in the driveway. Please, the big thing is, there's a couple big things. There's one more 6-unit in the development. Do we have to have a 5-unit? Couldn't it be a 4-unit? There's no place else on this whole thing that has a single unit except there. And I'm questioning why. If you've got to have a 5-unit, can it be moved back along the highway area? And if you look at where it is, the single unit, it is right on the 100-year floodplain plan. And it's bumping right up to everything. Everything's moved forward. It's right adjacent to the 100-year floodplain. And the pictures that they're showing you, by the way, are mostly just of 2 units. And I know I'm running out of time, but you know what? I took the day off to be here for this. The work truck situation, it is not 1 or 2. I'm there every day. I see. It's multiple trucks were coming back and forth. And frankly, they were coming and turning around and then going right back up to your property. So, you were the one who told us that there would be no traffic through Phase 2 until it was finished and completed. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of everything changing because he's changed his mind. And if this was held in the evening, I'm sure you'd have many more neighbors here. And sidewalks, there's no room. They're already pushing it into
Thanks,
the
ma'am. I appreciate your
wetlands.
comments.
And I
Thank you.
understand that, but you know what? There's nobody else
Thank you.
here.
So go ahead.
Anyone else for this case? All right, I'll close the public comment. Commissioners, any additional questions for Mr. Howard?
I just had a quick question about the ability to continue the road, the private road into Bradford. Is that ever something that is that ever something that could happen with this approval? If that ever happened, would it come back here? Would we have to there be additional approvals for that?
Okay, Stacy, this has came up at the beginning, way back at the beginning, and I think the message we got from the community was to keep disconnected, to not connect to Bradford, and that's the way we've proceeded with our plans and design, and we're going to keep it the way you see it on paper. There won't be any connection to Bradford. It looks a little bit to someone who's not an engineer like there could be a connection because there's some underground piping that goes from Bradford Court into our property, but there will not be a paved road connection. There's a water main and a sewer main that run due east from Bradford, into our property.
Could you, I don't know that we talked about the reasoning behind changing. So I know the number of units is not changing. Could you talk about why you made the decision to change the unit mix in terms of how many units each building is holding?
So the change in phase 3 on the north side of that loop, right, was basically going from 2 4-families and a 2-family to 1 5, 1 4, and 1 single. And we did that simply because we've had more than one person express interest in a single-family home there, and we just thought we could make it work there.
Are there opportunities to flip-flop so that there's a less abrupt change in massing between the existing and established neighborhood as you move into this street, meaning flip the 5-unit with the 4-unit or the 1-unit, you know what I mean? So it has a different gradation?
Okay, I did not look at that. In other words, I never considered that or thought about that, so I'm not prepared to give you a yes or no answer at this time.
Should we talk about the berm situation or what their options are for that or not?
Might need clarification, but I believe that the berm being referenced is the existing berms in phase 2. Is that correct? No.
I think my guess is Elaine was speaking of the stockpile of earth we have between the existing home at 2128 Chesapeake and the 196 right-of-way. And that material is basically, we've staged that there for use in phase 3, whenever we get to phase 3.
Because my understanding is that there's no new berms being created permanently for this phase.
That's correct.
Yeah. So there are existing berms that are running along the north. By existing, I mean ones that will be there permanent. That one, yep, thank you. That's being circled on the screen there. That was part of a previous site plan amendment that the Planning Commission looked at to allow for it at that location. It was previously labeled as undisturbed in the original approval that the Planning Commission had. So that's not an element of the plan that's under consideration here for you today. You're really focused, you need to be focused on phase 3. So if through neighborhood engagement, the developer would like to make amendments to existing phases, that would be something that we would go through that process at that time, similar to what we did with the last round of reviews. So if there's no berms on the current phase and no desired berms on behalf of from the Planning Commission on this current phase, then we wouldn't go back and look at that.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, any discussion on this phase? We've already talked through quite a few of the details.
Yeah, I mean, I guess going back to whether we talked about it or not, when we approved the plan at the beginning or recommended approval of the plan, the private drive, I mean, I guess the geometry here and not getting into the floodplain, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, my hope would be that there wouldn't be too much foot traffic to create conflict between vehicles and pedestrians, but obviously it's a safety concern, and I mean, people have different philosophies about why they don't put sidewalks in, and they don't want people there, and et cetera. But in terms of, yeah, I would have hoped more with the parking too, that you could accommodate it on street rather than creating these, I don't know, parking lots against it, kind of. But I don't know. I wouldn't require a sidewalk or recommend making them have sidewalk if it means encroaching on the floodplain.
I agree. It seems like making a wider street would accommodate both pedestrians and on-street parking. Perhaps that's a better solution than narrow streets with random perpendicular parking. That's easy to say without actually calculating.
Right, like what is so if this existing street is 22 feet wide, like what is, I live on a small local street, and I mean, I guess we have odd even parking during the winter for snow, but we have narrower streets like that still allow for on-street parking, don't we?
Commissioner Joseph, do you serve on the Vital Streets Commission?
I do. I've been to one meeting.
I think with the Vital Streets standards, I'd have to dig that out, what that minimum width would be to accommodate 2 travel lanes and on-street parking. I think you're probably looking at, ideally, a minimum geometry of about 28 feet for 210 travel lanes plus an 8-foot parking lane. I'm not sure that some of those streets you're referencing are current standards that engineers have designed, for what that's worth.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that my street is what would be recommended today, but okay, that's helpful.
And make note that there are areas of wetlands on that access to the private drive where they can't widen much more than it already is.
Would it be inappropriate to have the road widen after it gets through that pinch point? In terms of
I don't know, I'm not an
development of the street?
engineer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just a
Yeah, that goes
There's an
beyond
engineer
my, there's water, I get that part, but beyond that,
Right.
I think it's different. This is obviously a challenging site specific in this area because of the wetlands, the floodplains, the topography. I think it would be really speculative for us to suggest changes without having the engineer run through what impact those changes would have. So if that is an issue for the Planning Commission, I think tabling the request, going back, working with both traffic safety and planning to understand whether that's feasible is something that would need to be considered.
To go back to Commissioner Joseph's point about sidewalks, I think if this were a through street, that I'd be more inclined to try to find a way to include sidewalks. I also think that the grading and the floodplain is enough of a challenge that it doesn't make sense to recommend them here. In terms of consistency of the perpendicular parking versus on-street parking, while it might not feel consistent in most of our development in the city, I think it is somewhat consistent with this type of development in other areas, condo developments where you have narrower streets and perpendicular parking with multi-units. and the perpendicular parking spread throughout, so it doesn't feel inconsistent from what I've seen in other communities. So I don't know that it would feel unfamiliar for people or dangerous beyond what folks are familiar with. Other than that, I'm comfortable. I don't know that we need to have them try to rearrange the 4 and 5. I'm not sure if that would have a big impact or not. There was some question about screening. I assume that that's been added or will be added for those perpendicular parking spaces to block headlights from residents both in this development and outside of it. And I think the tree canopy is still sufficient, so.
Yes, number 3 recommended condition is that additional landscaping be added in that center island.
Yeah, I agree. I actually, I know we're making fun of the Super Bowl day, but I do think that in the absence of on-street parking and the distance from any adjacent on-street parking for pedestrians to visit, especially some of these units that do have shorter driveways, I think that kind of parking is really essential. It might look wonky, but I'm with the chairman. I think I've seen this in other massed development, so I don't actually think it's that strange, but I'm happy to make a motion if we are concluding.
I actually just have one more comment for the applicant. It seems to me that you have some work to do with the surrounding neighborhoods regarding, I don't know, the conduct of the folks that are at work on site, and I would encourage you to perhaps do some of that necessary work with your neighborhood, and just to mention that maybe a sign isn't enough.
Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of Chesapeake Hills Development LLC, Gregory Hallerda, for final site plan review with minor deviations of Phase 3 of the Viridian Place development for the following reasons. The proposed development will meet the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance because it reinforces and supports the desired character for this area with the proposed use, site design, and building elements, and encourages a range of housing options within the city of Grand Rapids. The site is designed to comply with all provisions of the zoning ordinance because the layout of Phase 3, buildings and streets, including setbacks, is generally consistent with the approved plan. The proposed site will be developed so as not to impede the normal and orderly development of improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted by this chapter because the site has been designed to connect to existing streets and will enhance circulation with the adjacent development. All elements of the site design are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to topography, the size and type of character and lot, and the character of the neighborhood and adjoining property because the proposed buildings will be scaled, massed, oriented, sited, and architecturally designed in a manner consistent with the other development in the MON neighborhood classification. Natural features and site topography are incorporated into the proposed site design to the maximum extent practicable because the proposed development will meet the required green space and tree canopy requirements of the approved ordinance. Landscape buffers or green belts are provided that ensure that proposed uses are adequately buffered from one another and from surrounding public and private property because approved setbacks and distances between homes will be maintained. Stormwater management measures will be employed to satisfy ordinances related to water quality because stormwater treatment has been modified from a surface pond system to a mechanical treatment system, which allows for a smaller footprint of disturbance on the site. The location of driveways are appropriate because driveways are located to minimize conflict with traffic operations on abutting streets. Off-street parking areas are appropriately located because, where proposed, the additional parking spaces are not anticipated to result in noise or glare on adjacent properties in the development. Safe, convenient, and well-defined vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian circulation within and to and from the site is provided because Phase 3 is accessed by a full-width public street. I don't think that that's appropriate, the way it's drafted there. I guess the feeder street has sidewalks. So the street width is adequate for the scale of Phase 3. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. That the application and plans submitted by the applicant, signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution. That a land use development services or LUDS permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the city of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. 3, that a rain garden or other similar stormwater management feature be provided within that center island area of Kingfisher Court to address the increase in impervious area from the added parking area, along with year-round landscaping to adequately screen headlights from residences across the court. 4, that the private street lighting shall be consistent with the lighting specifications of the previously approved phases of development. 5, that all construction traffic access the site from Maryland exclusively. 6, that construction activity shall cease by 8 p.m. 7, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. 8, that this approval shall take effect after the date of the Planning Commission's decision.
Support.
All right, we have motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll get started again at about 3:34.
Who supported? And I mean,
let Christine in. Yeah, he's. We'll keep an eye out for our last commissioner. Why don't we get started, Elizabeth, with 1560 Leonard Street Northwest.
The next item is a request from the West Side Garage. They're proposing to renovate a former vehicle dealership as a vehicle repair facility at 1560 Leonard Street Northwest. This is before you today because vehicle service facilities require special land use approval in the TNTBA zone district, in which it is located, as you can see on the screen here. This same use was both proposed and approved on September 24th, 2015. The applicant did not pursue the use and the approval expired. And so that's why it's before you today. I should also note that about 1,400 square feet of the building will not be used for the vehicle service operation and is intended to be leased out for retail purposes. So that 1,400 square feet isn't part of the special land use application. So the subject property is in a TNTBA zone district. It's located at the intersection of Walker and Leonard, and it's a triangular piece of property of about 35,000 square feet. The original building was constructed about 1922, and there's a number of additions and disparate sections. And altogether, it's about 13,000 square feet in area. According to the application, the property originally housed a fuel station and later a vehicle sales dealership. And I think that's, when you look at the windows, that sort of makes sense. The property is mostly hard surfaced with very little landscaping. I had written here the lot is paved to the right-of-way, but actually I think that was leftover from the in some locations, I think it might still be paved to the right-of-way, but that was mostly a leftover from the original application. When this came to the Planning Commission in 2015, all this green grass was pavement or asphalt and is part of a street resurfacing project. This right-of-way was restored to grass. So some of the original work that needed to be done has already been finished. So as I mentioned, that this was a gas station, and so then, subsequent to that, this had other uses, and so typically the parking lot in the right-of-way, or parking lot in front of the building would be would not be allowed in the TNTBA zone district, and we consider this a non-conforming condition. Thank you. There are several billboards on the property, and you can see one here, and then there's another one on the Walker side right here, and I assume that those are going to be staying. They're not in the area of construction, and they're owned by other entities. I'd also like to mention that on this Walker side, it's sort of hard to see here, but there is a grade change here. And let's see if I can go to a different view. We have a cemetery behind this building and across the street, but the cemetery doesn't have because of the grade, there's no sidewalk on this side of the street. There's a sidewalk on the other side of the street, and it's just not, because of the grades, it's not really feasible. And in our discussions back in 2015 about this, it was agreed that the best approach is not to have a sidewalk on that Walker side, and just encourage pedestrians to use the other side of the street, to cross and use the other side of the street. And that's where all the businesses and homes are anyway. You might notice in these photos that looks like there's some new windows and doors and things. And indeed, there were building permits and LUDS permits approved previously for this in association with the original approval. Some of the changes were made, including the replacement of windows, and it's looking really great. There's a couple of other things that still need to be done, such as this overhead door, but they have made some of the improvements, including the removal of several encroachments into the right-of-way of pole signs. So there were pole signs on this site, and they've been removed. So relative to site changes, any remaining encroachments into the right-of-way will be removed. A new concrete block retaining wall is proposed on this Walker side, and that actually you can see it here. That will encroach in the, actually it's right here, if what I'm pointing to on the screen, and that it does encroach into the right-of-way. The previous LUDS plan was approved with this, and that was reviewed by engineering, so we're going to assume that it is something that engineering will approve again, but they will need an encroachment permit for any permanent encroachments into the right-of-way. A significant amount of parking lot landscape screening is proposed. Over on the Leonard side, it is proposed on the subject property. On the Walker side, it's proposed in the right-of-way, and, as there will be no sidewalk there. And so that will provide some softening to the parking that is proposed in the existing non-conforming paved area. Green space will increase in site, and all the numbers will be run and confirmed at permitting. Because this is a previously approved site plan, I didn't spend a lot of time on that because staff had already reviewed that during permitting. Relative to other site changes that I want to mention, there is an outdoor service area at the back here. It is proposed that it will be enclosed with a 6-foot-high chain link fence with privacy slats. The Planning Commission may approve chain link with slats where the fence location will not generally be visible from the public right-of-way. So that would be here, in this area that I'm pointing to, and in this area that I'm pointing to. It was previously approved, but staff would encourage the Planning Commission to consider some alternative to that, some other solid material like vinyl or wood instead of chain link with slats, given that it is located, since it is in a location visible from the right-of-way. Additionally, the dumpster enclosure, I think it's this, oh, I'm on the wrong plan. The trash enclosure, generally we require it to be enclosed with masonry. The Planning Commission didn't require that last time because it is in this enclosed area. So I just wanted to bring that to the Planning Commission's attention in case you wanted to consider that. Relative to the building changes, I will talk about the building changes a bit, but I'm going to defer to the architect to pick up where I might err, because this building has several levels and it's sort of complicated. So, you know what? How about I let you describe all the changes, okay? I'll do that. I don't want to err. So relative to use considerations, 9 service bays are proposed. Let's see, where's the floor plan? 9 service bays are proposed, and hours of operation are weekdays 8 to 6 and Saturday 9 to 1. There'll be approximately 6 to 8 mechanics and 3 office personnel. They anticipate 15 to 30 vehicles a day will be serviced. There will both be, regular vehicle repair, mechanical repair, and tire and alignment work, and they'll be done on different sides of the building. And I'll defer to Neil to talk about the details there. They're in front of the office, go back to the site plan, in front of the office, or actually in front of the building, there is a parking lot, and that would be used for the retail area if that is rented out. For both the retail area and the vehicle service area, 42 parking spaces are required. 38 parking spaces are proposed on the exterior, and then there's the 9 service bays for a total of 49 spaces, meeting the parking requirement. Relative to the vehicle service and repair use requirements in the zoning ordinance, that section does require a minimum of an acre, 43,560 square feet. This property is under an acre at about 35,000 square feet. So the reason that we have that minimum is we want to ensure that the property can accommodate vehicular storage. And in this case, that's paramount because there's really no on-street parking. Now, on-street parking is never allowed for these uses. However, we do see it sometimes, and there's really no option for overflow here. So I just want to mention that. Overhead doors are not to face the street. This property really, it has 3 sides and 2 of them face the street. It's an existing condition, and all the overhead doors are to be replaced with new, nice-looking overhead doors. Additionally, the sale of 2 used vehicles can be allowed in association with a vehicle repair facility. That is in accordance with state law, and so that has also been incorporated into the resolution for approval if you find that to be appropriate. I have not received any comments to date. So in sum, we're looking at a vehicle repair facility, was previously approved. The site plan that you're seeing was actually what, site plan and elevations are what was previously approved by staff after LUD's permitting. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant who can walk you through the elevations.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this time?
That service area in the rear of the building, is that what's to be done there? Or is that just like storage, or is it service like?
Yeah, Neil can address that if you don't mind.
All right, we'll have the applicant up and share additional details and provide clarity for us.
Floor plan.
Floor plan or site plan?
Floor plan.
Floor plan.
There you go.
Okay, and I can advance as well.
Okay, I'll let you know if I need something. Good afternoon. I'm Neil Bauman from the Design Forum Architects. Dave Parham is unable to be here today. He's sick. He doesn't have COVID. He was tested, but he's too sick to not throw up. So I said, nobody wants you in that meeting, believe me. I was involved with the project 6 years ago when we came for approval to this group. Essentially, it's the same project. We have changed a couple of things. There was, originally he was going to use waste oil for heating the garage. And we had 2 large storage tanks that were located outside in that service area. Now we're just going to have temporary totes, and any waste oil that comes from their oil changes is going to be removed on a weekly basis. So we won't be having that kind of an element involved in the project again. But to just kind of get you acquainted with how it works, Elizabeth's right. There's a lot of different floor levels that happen in this building. Oh yeah, I guess I get the arrow. This is the retail facility, and that was the large glassed-in space up at the front of the building. It's about a half a floor level above the main office area and the garages. The primary service bays are in here, and the secondary service bays are back here. There will be 2 bays that will be used just for oil changes. So that service area in the back is not intended for any outdoor work on vehicles. We have our dumpsters back there. We've got the oil totes back there. We've got the emergency generator back there, that kind of thing. So there's service-related things back there, but service is all taking place inside. With respect to the overhead doors facing the street, there are 2 overhead doors that are the primary accesses. This one, oops. Somehow I managed to change the screen. Can you put it back? Okay, good. Oh, there we go. This overhead door right here that faces the parking lot that's on the Leonard and Walker intersection side will be the primary entrance to the facility. As you can see, all of the service bays actually happen back in this big barrel vaulted area that's behind that. So a customer will drive in, they will take the vehicle from them. There's a service counter window right here where they'll check their car in, and then they can go into the customer waiting area, or they can go to somebody picking them up outside. And then the service folks at Westside Garage will bring the car into the garage from there. Cars will exit out the north side of the building here. There's a ramp up to this parking area. So there's really no garage doors that face the street that will have a visual impact with equipment, hoists, and that sort of thing showing. It's primarily just an ingress and egress type of use. There are garage doors that happen down here in the corner. This is the area where they'll do tire repair, tire changes, and vehicular alignments. And as I explained, the 2 oil change bays will be back here. The parking that Elizabeth mentioned on the Walker Street side of the building is primarily a stacked area of parking that's intended for vehicles that are going to be there for some time and will have to be stored until they can get the proper parts or components to be put into them. So those are not customer parking spaces. Those are areas where staff will move cars in and out. So you can see that it's pretty densely packed to be able to get our parking count up as high as possible. As she indicated, they've already, on the exterior of the building, done a good deal of the things that were originally planned. All the windows on the building have been replaced. The only thing that hasn't been done right now is at the primary entry. Well, as you can see on this screen, that's the exit garage door that comes up the ramp there. That one will also be replaced with a glass door. And then here, facing the intersection of Leonard and Walker, you can see the one overhead door that still has to be replaced. And then there is some wood infill right here that will be replaced with aluminum storefront and another entry door. So there will be no remaining doors on this side that haven't been replaced. And the door that's here facing Walker will be replaced with a window similar to the other windows, and the wall will be infilled below that. So that'll all be eliminated. So there won't be any customer access coming from this side of the building. Anything coming off this driveway will be vehicular exiting. They'll come in from the other side to the oil change bays, and those vehicles will be brought in by the West Side employees. I guess that's about it. Any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, I guess going back to what you just said, could you go back to that picture? So, yes, thank you. So you said that primarily vehicles will be exiting this particular driveway?
Yes.
Okay. I just, like, with the kind of the sight lines from there and the tree line and the hill coming up, I'm just wondering if there are safety considerations that you've thought in terms of, like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know,
potential for incidents.
traffic approved it the last
Right.
time around. We had our LUDS permit and we got approval on that, so I'm assuming that they thought everything was okay.
All right.
And when they replaced the street, they put the curb cuts back in where we wanted them, so. We did eliminate several curb cuts, though, just to point them out. On the Leonard Street side, there are currently curb cuts that go to Leonard Street. We're eliminating the one that's in the middle. It would be right behind that van that you see there. So we only have one curb cut that's at this east end, and then the other one at the front of the building is also going away. So we should eliminate a lot of traffic interference at that corner because it's already bad enough.
Neil, this is a difficult site to navigate around, so pardon my question if it's a stupid one, but Elizabeth, can you flip through to the Walker side, where I think, Neil, you said that there would be a door that gets, an overhead door. Yep,
Yes,
that overhead door gets
that you see there is
replaced.
being eliminated.
Isn't that the same location, though, that the vehicles will be stacked in front of them?
Yes.
They will be?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to elevate that grade
Yes.
how many feet?
Yes, we're raising it, I want to say it's about 2.5 feet maybe,
2.5
give or
feet?
take.
Okay, so not
So
significantly.
it'll come off that same back driveway that you see there. We're extending that level across, so it's at about the height of that foundation wall that you see
Yeah.
painted gray. And there'll be a landscape stone wall that we bring around that to retain the edge, and it'll be landscaped to help, provide some buffer for the cars.
Okay. So if I'm going around the site with all of the parking space counts, I've got spaces 1 through 7 that would primarily be used for stacked vehicles, ones that are kind of being stored there long-term to wait repair. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the front spaces, which are spaces 29 through 36, that will predominantly be customer parking?
Yes.
And what about the remainder of the spaces, space 8 through 28? What are those spaces being used for?
The spaces that are over here on the Leonard Street side of the building will largely be for the retail use facility. So there's the primary entrance for that, which is where their barrier-free entrance is, comes on that east side of the building. So the immediate parking there will be for the retail facility. And then the rest of that space will be utilized for any vehicular storage that they need in terms of cars waiting for oil changes, cars waiting for alignments, that sort of
Rest
thing.
of what spaces? Which spaces are you referencing?
Now I'm talking about the ones that are back in through here.
I'm sorry, can you, where are you? I'm not seeing where you're pointing to.
See the little hand?
I can now. My computer was in front of it, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, these parking spaces along the east side and adjacent to the building here will be kind of multiple use, both for the retail facility and also for the tire and alignment section of the building.
Okay, so 11 through 20 will be a mix of retail and vehicles waiting to be served.
Right.
I'm a little wounded from trying to go back through past cases and trying to make interpretations, so that's why I'm trying to be very clear as to what we should expect in terms of what vehicles will be stored, which
Yeah.
vehicles are for customer. And so That's why I'm being particular. I don't know that I actually feel strongly one way or another. I just want to make sure for the record we understand how we can expect the site to flow and be
Sure.
utilized. Okay.
Well, if you're at all familiar with their facility that's down the road on Stocking, it's corner of Stocking and Walker, it's the reason why they need this site, because there's so many vehicles there. I've had them servicing my car now for about 10 or 12 years, and driving in and out of that parking lot is always an experience in the winter.
Yeah. And so outside of the labeled parking spaces, we shouldn't expect other vehicles to be parked in any other location on the site
No.
for any period of time?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
And there are two spaces that actually aren't even in the count here. We have two corners in the garage where they can store additional vehicles. So besides the 9 hoists, we have 2 additional spaces in there where they'll probably have employee parking or something like that, or preferred customer parking for their architect or something like that. I don't know.
One more question. So you said that one of the curb cuts on the Leonard side is being eliminated. Is that the one that's closest to the corner then? Okay. I was confused with this on the north side, directly next to the building. It looks like there was like a little bay that might be a spot, but I see it's covered by a tree. So that
there was
answers my question.
a big curb cut on that northwest corner that's going away. So it's all landscaping now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the material storage. And maybe, Elizabeth, I apologize if I misunderstood, but is this it will be brick enclosed as far as the trash and the oil storage? What is the plan for that?
If it says that it's going to be brick enclosed, it's a misstatement. The only intent back here is that we would have the screened fences, the 6-foot-high fence that would be providing screening of that behind the building area.
If I may clarify. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. So the zoning for trash enclosures, the zoning ordinance requires a masonry trash enclosure. The applicant is proposing to have their trash back here. It's not in a masonry enclosure, but it's going to be in a fenced-in area. They're proposing 6-foot-high, the plan says 6-foot-high chain link fence with slats. So along, oh gosh, I can't get my directions right here. At the rear of the building on each side going to the east lot line. And there'll be a gate too?
Yes, they're both gated.
Right, gated areas that will be, so this will be completely enclosed. So the last time this came to you, the Planning Commission felt that a masonry enclosure was not really necessary because the trash is already in an enclosed area. I hope that clarifies it.
Yes, thank you. But I do have a question about the materials that are being stored in that area. That can get pretty messy as far as drums and totes and tires, scrap, anything like that. Will that all be contained in there?
Yes.
In that specific area?
Yeah, the totes, you can see these circles right here.
Mm-hmm.
Those totes will be in it's a curbed, concrete curbed area, so we can contain, if one of them leaks, we can contain a spill. But those will be transferred back and forth from the building with a high-low, and then they'll be removed and clean, empty ones brought each week, or as often as if their service business gets more busy and they need to do it more often, they will. There's no intent to store materials, tires, anything like that out there. For the most part, any tires that they sell, they have brought in by a dealer, so they're brought in by delivery service. They don't store tires on site. Most of their materials come in the same way. Fluids for oil, grease, windshield washer solvent, antifreeze, and those kind of things will be contained inside the building.
Okay.
There's an automatic pumping system that we're putting in for that. Initially, we were going to build kind of a loft area above the employee locker room facility, but costs kind of got away from everybody during COVID, so we've had to find some cost-cutting ways of dealing with that, and we'll have those located elsewhere inside the building. So but none of that will be outside the building. The only thing will be the temporary moving of those waste oil plastic totes.
So those are the square ones,
Yeah,
not
they're
above ground
like
storage
3
tanks,
feet
but-
by 3 feet by 3 feet or something like that. There'll be 2 or 3 of them out there.
Okay, thank you.
One last question. So in the staff report, it talked about the last approval included chain link fence with privacy slats, and we have a kind of draft condition in our potential resolution here, changing that to a different solid material at the parts facing the street, and I just want to confirm that.
Okay.
That would be amenable to that.
I think since Dave's not here, and I can't exactly answer for him, but I'm just going to tell him, well, you blew your opportunity, dude. I don't think he's going to have any problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone looking for an architect, take note of how he represents folks.
Says the guy who hired him.
Any other questions at this point? No? All right, thank you. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this case, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts with us. I'm seeing no's from the audience, so I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts on this case?
Yeah, I think the use is appropriate in this location. I appreciate the elimination of at least one curb cut. It's a tricky site, and I mean, I was looking at some of the traffic safety data, and there haven't been at least fatalities or serious injuries in this location, but it does seem like a high potential kind of safety issue in terms of, but the road geometry, but that's not anything the applicant has control over. So I appreciate the additional landscaping that's offered here. I'm comfortable with a less traditional trash enclosure in terms of the fencing. I would like to see not chain link on parts that are seen by the street, but otherwise I'm good with it. Happy to make a motion if no one else has any comments.
All right, that's fine with me. Go ahead.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Westside Garage LLC, Dave Parham, for approval to establish a vehicle service and repair facility at 1560 Leonard Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will foster a strong economy by encouraging the expansion of an existing local business and bring a vacant property into productive use. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the development has been designed to meet all standards and requirements with modifications permitted by the zoning ordinance, and the site will be brought closer to conformity with current landscape standards. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the original use of the subject property was auto-oriented in nature, and the proposed use is in keeping with the original intent of the building and site, and there are no residential uses that will be negatively impacted by the use, and the use will result in site improvements. The proposed use will not have potentially adverse effects on the neighborhood because all repair activities will be contained within the building, and effective landscape screening will be provided. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare because excessive noise, glare, or visual clutter is not anticipated, and any visual clutter will be mitigated by landscaping and other site and building improvements. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because paving and parking will be removed from the right-of-way, improving the walkability of the area. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use may encourage other investment in the area, and the use will enhance property value, may enhance property values. Strike that one. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply. Standard condition set A, approvals, as shown on the screen. Awesome. 2, that the right-of-way encroachments are subject to the appropriate city reviews and permits. 3, that street-facing fencing shall be constructed of wood, vinyl, or other solid fence material, and chain link fence with slats may not be used in locations visible from the street. 4, that damaged or wrecked vehicles shall not be stored on site for purposes other than repair. 5, that all activities shall be performed within the building, and all equipment, vehicle parts, tires, and any other materials and supplies shall be located and stored within the building. And 6, that the sale of up to 2 used vehicles at any one time is permitted.
Support.
All right, we have motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. Our next case is 401 Stocking Ave Northwest.
All right. Hi, everyone. So just in time for warmer weather ahead, our next applicant, Harmony Hall, is seeking approval for outdoor seating with alcohol service and a beer garden at the rear of the building, operating until midnight. And they will need a parking waiver in addition to that. The location is right in the middle of the TN-TCC zone district, pretty much surrounded by the same district as well, with the exception being a special district to the east. So that district housing, of course, the Bridge Street Market as well as the Hendrick Apartments. To the north, we have Dollar General. To the west, we have the Help Pregnancy Aid and newly approved open urban space. And to the south, we have a vacant grocery store and several bars. The subject property is also located in the Village Center as designated by, the West Side Area Specific Plan. And Village Centers encourage retail shops and restaurants located at the intersection of primary and secondary streets. And the existing site that you see here, this is located on approximately 22,461 square feet and does include an existing microbrewery as well as restaurant. In 2013, you'll notice an upper level deck over here, also viewable from Stocking Avenue here. That was approved by the Planning Commission. And in 2021, a director review also changed the use from a brew pub to a microbrewery. Let's see. So looking at the site plan here, the proposed beer garden space can be found just west of the main building, which I guess I technically refer to the rear of the building as the main entrance has now been moved to Bridge Street and Stocking Avenue corner here. The west perimeter as well as the south perimeter are expected to have landscaping at grade. The west perimeter will have approximately 3-foot tall planter elements as well as 9-foot tall slatted fencing used for sun shading. In a little while, we'll get to the renderings so that you guys can see that more clearly. There was a revision from the last staff report that you were all issued where previously there was a shipping container posed at the north end of the beer garden. That has since been revised to have a solid wood wall to showcase a mural to encourage a placemaking element at this location. We'll move on to the rendering. So this will give you a better idea of what the site plan entails. So as you can see, landscaping at grade on the south and west elevation. There are pergola structures that are also implemented to provide sun shading as well.
To the north of the beer garden itself, there are proposed bicycle spaces, I believe 20. And in addition to that, this is where the parking reduction comes in. So they are doing a reduction of 17 spaces, so that takes it from 49 to 29, which makes a deficiency of 14 spaces. And the Planning Commission does have the discretion to reduce the parking requirement based on the availability of on-street and transit resources. So to that point, look at the Google view. So along Bridge Street, if you're headed west down Bridge Street, there is street parking on both sides, and if you're on Stocking, I suppose connected to the Hendrick apartment building, there are a few spaces of street parking there as well. But really the focus would be on Bridge Street here, and there are also the Dash West and the Route 9 from the Rapid are also located almost exactly on the property. So with that, the Planning Commission, we do ask you to consider the occupancy of the current use, as well as the proposed use for the beer garden. There is not a requirement for parking for the outdoor space at this location, so that's something to also consider. In terms of operations, I can let the applicant get into the specifics of that, but in terms of the hours, neighboring establishments are operating during the week until 11 p.m. and then until midnight on the weekends. The applicant is seeking midnight daily, so it would be consistent with the weekend hours, but not with during the week hours. The upper deck that I mentioned before, that had approval to close at 11 p.m. Back in 2013. In terms of neighborhood output, we did receive a letter from the Stockbridge Business Association, and then we also received 2 letters of support from the West Grand Neighborhood Organization. So yeah, in sum, we'd like you to consider the impact of the proposed outdoor seating and alcohol service relative to not only the other establishments, but also the residential use that's in front of the building, as well as the adequacy of basis to waive the parking requirement to the extent they've requested. And that is all I have. If you guys have any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff?
Just one, so just to clarify, the upstairs outdoor patio has approval to operate until 11 p.m. daily or until 11 p.m. on the weekends?
11 p.m. on the weekends, 10 p.m. during the week.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So which was the architect's parking spot?
He's going to ride his bike and be one of the 20 bicycle spots on the site.
I assumed that Mr. Metz was the woo guy in the rendering.
Yeah.
Actually, on the zoning map, could you just confirm, this is TBA? Because I thought it was TCC.
Yeah, TCC. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
I thought the staff report
it's-
called it TBA, but it matters to me from a parking perspective.
Yeah, it's this sliver that comes all through here is TCC.
What, did you have a question?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just trying to look at the map.
All right, go ahead.
Sarah, the hours confused me. It said the current hours are 11 to 10 Tuesday and Thursday, 11 a.m. to midnight on Saturday and Sunday. But I thought I heard you say that they wanted to be open until midnight daily.
So, yeah, they are requesting to be open from noon until midnight every day. outside in their beer garden.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? All right, thank you. I'll have the applicant up if there's other details you want to share with us.
You get me first, Kyle. Greg Metz, Lot 3 Metz Architecture. I just want to address two little things. Elizabeth or Sarah, can I drive this from this thing? You sure can. Oh, I love control. It's dangerous. First of all, so when we set out to do this, initially where the mural is shown in this rendering, we had a shipping container. Because of the icon, everybody thinks a shipping container is cool and it's neat. And we found out that we weren't allowed to have that. So we're kind of still keeping the idea of what we were using with the shipping container, which was the mural, and setting this place and really kind of making it a fun spot. And it's the thing you want people to talk about. It's about, we're in the Instagram age now. So we have to create those things that people want to take photos of, send it out. Hey, I'm at Harmony Hall. Isn't this great? And that's what creates a great community. So that's kind of why the mural stayed as is, and we just want it to be this kind of cool wall. I also want to address the west side, the sunscreen, which is 9 feet high. And I know that there's a fencing rule that says 6 feet high. I love Michigan. But I hate the summer western sun because it just kills you. It just beats you. So this is a way of helping to mitigate that sun. I did some work with Luna, with Mario Cascante. Big problem there on Monroe. The sun's coming in. So this was our way of kind of, as much as we could, to manage the sun, to make it more of a pleasurable place for people to sit and hang out longer. And if they want the sun, there's plenty of spaces here to get in the sun if you want. So that's all I wanted to address, and if there's any questions for me, I'm happy to answer it. If not, I'll turn it over to the Van Dykes.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe this is a question for the other applicants, but I guess I just wanted your opinion about kind of the potential impact of losing those 17 spots. Like, how do you see that?
Personally, this place has more parking than just about any place in this whole area. So I'm like, it's still great. It's still a positive. And the owners don't think it's going to impact them negatively. Actually, they think the outdoor space is going to be a better draw than the lack of parking. And there's a lot of parking to the west. I mean, it's easy to park to the west and you can walk a block or two. And frankly, we're hoping to create a space that's worth it, that people will want to walk a block or two.
Thanks.
Could you talk a little bit more about that 9-foot slat wall? How visible will it be through it? I know you're trying to block the sun, but we also want to...
Yeah, we have some gaps in there, Paul. And of course, from memory, I can't tell you how big this... So this kind of shows it a little bit. So that in the background there, Paul, is that fence. So you can see the gaps in the slats. And I'm going off the top of my head, but it's like 2 or 3 inches. So that way you can, if you're in the parking lot, you can kind of see activity happening through it, but I'm only letting a sliver of the sun in, not the full brunt of it.
Because as you know, usually sunshades are
correct
more horizontal than vertical. So these slats are
vertical,
completely vertical.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's less expensive. Try to make it within budget.
Any other questions?
I do.
Yep, go ahead.
So I'm hearing about the 9-foot wall for the first time. The ordinance permits up to 6 feet for walls and fences with a 2-foot departure, meaning they could go to 8 feet with planning commission approval. So can I hope that 8 feet can work? Because otherwise I don't see how the planning commission has the authority to do 9 feet. Okay. If they approve up to 9 feet, we can spend a little more time with the ordinance to see if that's possible. But my quick review says administrative departures are limited to 2 feet above, which 6 plus 2 is 8.
So a couple of things there. The main reason we did, so it goes back to the pergolas. So we did the pergolas at 9 feet, and part of that is I don't want people jumping up and slapping it. So I was trying to get it out of the range so that people want to hang from it. So that west screen wall also has a little roof structure to it, and you can kind of see it in this rendering right here. And again, that's to help mitigate the sun at that edge. So we're amenable to it going down. I mean, I don't want to tank this thing because of 1 foot, but I'm just telling you why it's at the height it is, and it's more just to keep knuckleheads from trying to hang from it and do things that are stupid. So I was trying to discourage that. But I mean, unless the Van Dykes disagree with me, but I mean, if it's not the end of the world, I mean, we'll lower it. I mean, I'd rather have this beer garden.
Yeah, it's, again, I might need to spend more time with the ordinance with you on this, but I'm not talking about the pergola structure and the height of the pergola itself.
No,
It's
the west
side wall.
Yeah, I understand. So what you're saying is that the screen over the top could stay at 9 as long as we just reduce the west wall. Man, no problem.
Yeah, you'd have a little bit of a gap there. But,
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's fine. Again, I'm not gonna. Yeah, cool. 8 feet.
Okay.
If you let us do it.
Yeah, that's obviously a planning commission decision. The other is, I'm wondering if you can clarify that the planters, the landscape islands, I guess, that surround the perimeter, is that, like, are you digging out the pavement, or is it planters on top of the pavement, or what does that look like?
I'm trying to figure out. Can you see my hand on this thing?
Yep, go to the right,
Okay.
or my right at least. Yep, there.
This right here will be dug out.
Dug out.
Yes,
Okay.
that's going to be topsoil.
Okay.
And then right next to it is like a 3-foot high planter. And those will be either in
Raised
individual pots, or they can put soil in there. Sometimes we find it's easier to put it in pots. And then once you get on the inside of it, most of this is compacted gravel,
Okay.
with the exception of the middle, which is a road, because that's still access to their facility. They need trucks to go in there once in a while.
Okay. But
Does
on
that
the perimeter, the landscaping is at grade you're digging out the pavement, not just setting
yes,
things.
at grade.
Got it.
Dug to dig out, get rid of the asphalt, and put in plantings
Okay.
at grade.
And what are the white squares at the corner there, beside the building?
Here?
Yep, I was having trouble finding those.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
it's
site plan.
existing mechanical
okay.
stuff that I'm trying
Thank you.
to hide from as much as we can.
Okay.
It runs the freezer, coolers, things like that, condensing units.
Okay. Thank you. That was all I had.
If there are no other questions, I thank you. I'll open up the public hearing if you're here today. Oh, you want to go, Heather? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Carol.
I guess I can just answer questions. I'm Heather from Harmony Brewing Company with my brother, Barry. Our other brother, Jackson, is currently making beer. For us, I guess I just wanted to say that being able to add this beer garden is really helpful for us as we kind of claw our way out from the pandemic. Any way that we can add revenue obviously is really helpful for us, and we've learned how important it is to have the option for indoor and outdoor seating. And we're happy to have the full support of the West Grand Neighborhood and Stockbridge Neighborhood Association, because they can see that it'll be good for us and it'll be good for the neighborhood too. It'll add to the vibrancy of Bridge Street as a shopping and restaurant and nightlife district. And so, and we're totally flexible about hours. I'm sorry that there was confusion about that. We're actually just open from Thursday to Saturday right now, and we close at 11. So if we need to close the beer garden at 11 rather than midnight, we're flexible about that. So I don't know if you have any other questions that I can answer.
Looks like no.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this case, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts. All right, close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts on this case?
Yeah, I think it's a great extension west of Bridge, and I'm not concerned about the parking. I'm not concerned about the extension of the west wall up to the 2 feet that's allowed by ordinance. I would be excited to extend the hours that are and then consistent with some of the adjacent uses. So on staff report, it looks like most of the adjacent uses are Sunday through Thursday to 11 and Friday to Saturday midnight. It sounds like the applicant is willing to be flexible with that. I think it makes sense for it to be consistent with other uses of the neighborhood. So I think it's great. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think the hours being consistent with others makes sense as well. So ditto.
Why are we so comfortable with the parking situation? I'm not uncomfortable, but.
Yeah, I'm comfortable, as the applicant mentioned. I think as you go west down Bridge, there is available parking, street parking. I think most people think about this location, like generally Bridge Street, as being difficult for parking. But I think as you go west, there is sufficient on-street parking to accommodate the 17 space gap, I think is what Sarah said. But and the inclusion of walking within the neighborhood and the bike parking makes me comfortable with the waiver.
Yeah, and the transit that's available there too. I mean, there's a lot of new residential there with the, I guess it's not super new anymore, but since I lived on Bridge Street across the street from this building, when I saw it burn down, in 2009 or whatever, there's been a lot of development. And so I anticipate a lot of people will be walking from the residential in the area. So I'm comfortable with it as well.
I'm sorry, one more question. The height of the wall facing Bridge Street, what is that? That's not going to be 8 feet, I hope?
Just a planter, 3 feet. At Bridge Street?
At Bridge Street, yep.
There's an existing
right there?
masonry wall there.
Yeah, does it go all the way to the building, though? It looks like there's a gap in the renderings.
There's a gap, the brick, and I probably don't have it, shoot.
Between the building and where the brick wall starts, how tall is that?
Oh, that's right where my hand is right there? That's a 6-foot-high wood fence.
Okay.
That's what you're asking about, that one?
Yeah, I think 8 feet would be uncomfortable and inappropriate, so I was hoping it was a lower.
Keeping it at 6, and partly keeping it at 6 because I don't want people to be able to reach over and open it. But 6 feet will be enough to keep people from entering illegally. But 6 feet, yes.
Okay. That's all.
All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, would someone be willing to make a motion?
I'll go for it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Harmony Brewing Company, Heather Van Dyke Titus, to establish outdoor seating with alcohol service and a parking waiver at 401 Stocking Avenue Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the local economy by encouraging investment, diversifying the economic base, and expanding employment opportunities. And it supports the intent of the West Side Area Specific Plan Village Center designation, which encourages the growth of retail shops and restaurants at the intersection of primary and secondary streets. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 51208.e because the proposed outdoor space has been designed to meet all standards and requirements by modifications permitted by the zoning ordinance. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized, because the outdoor space has improvements of landscaping, planter walls to provide buffering from nearby residences, businesses, and public right-of-way. The orientation of the outdoor seating and surrounding street network are anticipated to have mitigated potential impacts associated with the proposed use. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, or odor because No public testimony in opposition has been provided. No outdoor entertainment is proposed, and the hours of operation are consistent and similar with uses in the vicinity. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of pedestrian-oriented environment because the proposed outdoor space will contribute to the walkability of the zone district. And the partial redevelopment of the surface parking lot for the proposed use will create vibrancy in the zone district. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist and would not be provided, wouldn't be provided at no additional cost. That was awkward, sorry. This site is currently improved with public infrastructure, and reliance on additional public services is not anticipated. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability of the economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances. I need some more coffee. That require code enforcement actions. The use will encourage other investment in the area. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, the proposed location for alcohol sales will be an asset to the neighborhood because the use will contribute to the vitality of the district, and support for the proposed establishment has been expressed. The uses are constructed and operated by the applicant are compatible with the neighborhood because the proposed hours of operation are consistent with the operations of other establishments in the vicinity. The uses are proposed to be operated by the applicant, will not have any secondary negative effects on the neighborhood because the proposed use is complementary to the current hours of operation and purpose of other establishments in the vicinity. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to the project. Standard conditions set A approvals, as on the screen. And then did we have, for number 2, for the hours of operation, what did we want to improve?
Yep, I had 2 recommended conditions for your consideration. That hours of operation of the proposed outdoor seating shall be limited to Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 12 a.m., pardon me. And then the new screen walls on the north and west side of the outdoor seating area may be at a height of 8 feet pursuant to section 5.2.11.D2.
What she said.
11.D2, which is the administrative departure standard that grants you that authority.
Support.
We have a motion and support?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Any discussion?
1 second. Did you, on the 8 foot on the north and west walls? Did you say? Or was it?
That's what I said.
Okay. Was it supposed to just be the one side and the other side was going to remain at 6 feet, or did I misunderstand?
I understood the north and west sides would have that 8-foot
okay.
screen wall. The south side along Bridge Street that I've mentioned,
Okay.
they confirmed that that was at 6 feet, which is permitted by ordinance.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. I'm going to excuse myself. Paul's going to take over for the last case. I have a birthday party to get to for my son.
Celebrating for the whole week like some of us?
No, just today. It's only today. He's 7.
All right. Our next case is 729 and 731 7th Street Northwest.
Are you my applicant? Where's my app? Are you?
We're opposed. There's no applicant. We seem to have wasted our time.
I have been corresponding with them.
It's a little surprising. It would be unusual for us to proceed with the consideration of a case without having the benefit of the applicant here. I don't know if you'd like to open the case and at least take the public testimony, and perhaps, Elizabeth, you could just at least introduce what was noticed and not spend time on the actual details of the case so that we can get to the public hearing, and then perhaps we will need to table for a subsequent meeting.
Okay. So the request is for 729 and 731 7th Street. The applicant is requesting approval to rehabilitate a vacant mixed-use building into 4 dwelling units in the TNLDR. Also on the subject property is a single-family home. So this is before you today because in this zone district, the LDR, multiple family development requires special land use approval. This is a photo of the existing building. It has been underutilized for a number of years, and it was covered in metal siding. The applicant proposes to remove the siding and rehabilitate the building. I won't go into all the details right now, but suffice it to say, the building will be rehabbed, is proposed to be rehabbed into 4 dwelling units of about 740 square feet apiece. And then, in addition, the adjacent single-family home, also on the same lot, will remain. There will be a total of 5 dwelling units on the property. The site can accommodate this density pursuant to the zoning regulations. There are a few photos of the building in years gone by, a couple of like additions on the side of the building have been removed. The applicant proposes to restore the transparency of the upper story buildings, or upper story, on the upper story, restore the window openings as they previously were. On the ground floor, they would generally echo what is on the upper floors. The south elevation facing 7th Street with those windows, here it's showing 2 windows, and that entrance feature maintained. They are also thinking about maintaining that window. It's exactly how they want to use this doorway is unclear. They do intend to keep that entrance feature, but I don't know that they plan to use it as a door. The main door is to the dwelling units is proposed on the side here. I'll stop there. There's more site information to provide, but I think at this time you might want to move on to the public hearing. And we'll see if we can get a hold of the applicant.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions for Elizabeth at this time? Okay. Then we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. You'll have 3 minutes if you'd state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for this. I'm Linda Connor. We live directly across the street. This was my parents' house for 55 years, so I'm very familiar with what has gone on across the street. And while this is called mixed use, it's never been anything in all the years I've been there except a grocery store, a walkable grocery store for the neighborhood, and the owner lived next door and his sister-in-law lived behind. And so I'm very concerned that we already have on the west side, we continually are going after these multi-units that are not being rented for less than $1,000. We have a couple people living in with us right now that we didn't even know before this because they can't afford the rent in these apartments that are being built. And now we are already on a street that's been neglected for over 55 years. And so there's big pothole at the end of our street, or at the end of our driveway every single year. We're going to add 10 more cars with these units. There's going to be at least 10 more cars, and we're already fighting for these spaces on the road. So I'm really not super happy that they're going to pick a building that is not intended for this purpose to turn it into a multi-unit. Now, if they'd have said 2 big, nice apartments in that building, that would have been one thing. But now you're going to turn it into 4? And I'm just aghast that anybody would approve this. At least when Bob Israel and some of these folks were doing this before, they took big buildings that were already underutilized, that had big parking lots, and then they put those people in there. Where's the green space? I'd rather see this come down and have it turn into the park that we lost, that was also turned into a parking lot for something else. So that's where I'm at right now. Where's the green space? Where's the traffic space? Where's the investment in the neighborhood? We've already got Matthews House, which we dearly love, the concept of Matthews House, but it has brought a lot of traffic to our neighborhood that is there to get the food, there to drop off the food, walking in the middle of the street. We have people now already where the condos and the apartments went into American Seating. They race down the street because where's their investment? It's not their neighborhood. They drive down the wrong way. I've called multiple times to have the police come down and start watching. They posted more signs that it's one way. So we're going to add to this people who are not invested. At least if this had been condos or something like that, I might have been okay with it, but we're not okay, and I wish the rest of our elders, everyone in our neighborhood on that block has been there for at least 40 years. At least 40 years.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else like to make a comment?
I guess just to reiterate, my name is Barry Hunter, I live with Linda. I guess to reiterate what she just said, is we're trying to grasp, does this guy just own this place? Did he just buy this property? Because for years, this is just sat there doing nothing. No trash removal, don't remove the stuff. We've had to call the police, get the homeless out of that building. I'm just wondering why we're going to try to think of the approval that he's going to make some vast improvement. Is it about the money? Well, then just say it, because we haven't seen any evidence that people care about the community, and coming in with renters for transients doesn't seem like the right approach for a community that you want to move up and grow forward. There's already tons of people there in this neighborhood. Where is the parking? Don't say it's on street, because we live there. It's not on street. It's not available. So thank you for your time. Hope you make the right decision. And another question I guess I would have is this already pre-decided? Because the only thing we've heard here is approved. Just a question. It's just a question. I really don't know. I'm trying to get an understanding of what happens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Would you like me to? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, any other comments?
Can I ask a question? Since this didn't get to be,
Go for it.
since the applicant wasn't here today, will this come before you again?
Yeah, so.
Because I'll busload the neighbors so they can come down here so that their voice is heard. They're sweet people who've been in there, and I want their voices heard. And so that's it. I just wondered, will there be another opportunity?
Yeah, all right, thank you. I'll close the public hearing and I'll let our director answer some of the questions.
So I'll answer the process question. So in terms of process, this application was submitted. It's a complete application relative to the ordinance, and therefore the Planning Commission is obligated to hear the case. However, the case is not pre-decided. That's part of this process, is to evaluate whether the proposed land use is appropriate in light of your standards. So the answer is no, it's not pre-decided. In terms of next steps, should the Planning Commission decide to table the case. Given the fact that we don't have the applicant here, I'm hesitant to suggest that we can put it on the next meeting. Our agendas are quite full, I believe, for the next 2 meetings. All that to say, I would recommend that we table it open, and it would be placed on the next available agenda. And I would also be most comfortable with renoticing. I think, at that point, we would have to renotice the case at the applicant's expense in order for us to be able to set the next or the new hearing date. I'll also note that the Planning Commission can receive communication for consideration either in person or by email or letter, and that communication is weighted equally. So if people are here during the day, they are able to make it. Those voices or that input should be weighted no more significantly, if you will, than if you were to receive that through correspondence. And I'm saying that to you, but also for the benefit of those in the audience that might want to have their neighbors provide input. If they're not able to make the meeting, they are welcome to either email staff and or send us letters, and we would put that in your packet for your consideration.
And because this is a housing case, can you talk about owning versus renting and how that?
Oh. Thank you. Yes. Regarding the ownership, so I'm not familiar with the history of when this particular owner acquired this property. It's in some ways immaterial to the land use decision. The Planning Commission, as you know, does not have the benefit or rather the authority to make a distinction on a land use consideration relative to who owns it. And or who that person is or what they are to the community or anything like that. There's also laws that prevent the Planning Commission from determining land use based on whether it's an owner-occupied or a rental property. State law does not allow you to make that distinction. It's residential property, whether it's owner-occupied or whether it's rental, is immaterial to your decision. Now, we fully understand how that impacts the community differently, and we also have housing needs assessment that were recently done to talk about the fact that there is a need for both. There's a significant need for both owner-occupied and rental housing, and also at all price points. And so again, that's another factor that the Planning Commission does not have the authority to make a distinction on as to whether or not these units are priced at a certain point. It's called the Rent Control Act, so it's not material to your decision. That's not to say it's not important to the community at large, sorry, I'm facing both ways, to the community at large, but it's not part of the land use distinction. So there's limits on what your scope of authority is, which I understand, and we hear it often that's frustrating to know. And I know that it challenges the Planning Commission as well to make sure that you stay within the bounds of your standards and your scope of authority. Any other questions on those items? Elizabeth?
I just wanted to say that we heard from the applicant. They said they can be here in 5 minutes. So I'm not sure what you want to do. I also want to mention, Kristen, that I could add this to the next Planning Commission meeting if you were amenable to that.
Yeah, I thought it was full, so I didn't want to commit the applicant to a date if we don't even know if they're available.
Yeah, if you look at the agenda, I have 4 things on there, and I haven't fully committed to that, a 5th item. Okay. So if you wanted to do that, we could do that. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say that there was a longtime owner who is no longer owns the property. This is, okay, I'm just saying that this is a different owner.
But it's been sold for a while and it's not been kept. Thank you. And we took time off work here.
Of course.
All right. Anybody like to make a motion?
So I think you're, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that those options were clear. If your preference is to wait, it is 5 o'clock, and they were, I mean, I know Elizabeth communicated the time that this was supposed to be here. So if you would like to, we can wait. Otherwise, we can make a motion. It sounds like we could table it to the next Planning Commission meeting, which would set the hearing date in that we wouldn't have to renotice the case.
I almost think we should have to renotice the case. I don't know. I mean, I guess if that date is set, but I also think that having flexibility would be, I don't know, in case there's a different, I don't know, I guess
That's fine,
what's
too.
the temperature of everybody else?
Yeah, I think if we can just set it for the next one, I think, this started hours ago.
Right,
so-
but renoticing would potentially, I don't know, allow for further engagement from the community. So I would make a motion to table it open to the next, to be
Support.
scheduled.
Yep.
Just to be clear, the next available meeting is a month from today. So that meaning if we tabled it to the next meeting, it's still a month. I'm just clarifying that there might be time for engagement. It's not 2 weeks away, it's a month away.
Oh, sure.
Well, we can work with the applicant, and if they are ready and have done their engagement,
if
we
it's
can still
open,
notice it
right.
and make that meeting. Because we haven't sent notices out, so there's still that opportunity, even if we
Right.
table it open today.
Okay, that would be my preference.
Yeah, support Wallace.
All right, motion and support. Are we kosher procedure-wise?
I always am confused about whether it's tabling or postponing, but I think tabling is open.
The only option that I have when I enter the minutes in the program the city uses is not postponing, so.
Okay. Well, that helps.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, it is tabled to a date to be determined.
Yes, and we will renotice the case accordingly.
Okay,
We will get notification?
Yes.
thank you. Any further planning commission discussion or director? And any final public comment? Open the hearing, close the hearing, and we're adjourned. Thank you.